Chapter 1354. Becoming the saint Sun seeing Xia Jun's expression, Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. Among them, Xia Jun was the one who worked the hardest. He was also the only one who cultivated the immortal emperor scripture to the highest level. However, no matter how hard he worked, it would be very difficult to catch up with those geniuses with special bloodlines without any special encounters. Although Xia Jun had reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm in 3 years, Yi Fei knew that this was the limit of Xia Jun's hard work. After all, Xia Jun's talent was limited. He couldn't walk the path of despair. If he didn't have any special encounters, Xia Jun would be left far behind by Lin Tianjiao and the others. Even many human step-disciples of the sacred court might surpass Xia Jun. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's heart suddenly moved. He remembered that the Blood Devil had refined the special bloodlines of Lu Rufeng and the others after killing them. This was also the special gift that Yi Fei had prepared for Xia Jun. Big brother, this blood is Xia Jun followed Yi Fei into the cave residence in a daze. Then he stared at the 4 drops of blood in Yi Fei's hand and couldn't move his eyes away. He was a smart person. He faintly felt that these 4 drops of blood could change his life. Yi Fei said in a deep voice, "These are the special bloodlines of Lu Rufeng, Fa Wudao, Qin Wuyang, and Hua Qinxiu. Refine 1 drop, and you'll have their special bloodlines. Now you can choose one." "I choose one. I can actually have a special bloodline?" Xia Jun was very emotional. He looked at Yi Fei, and tears suddenly flashed in his eyes. However, Xia Jun didn't say anything. He only secretly engraved this kindness in the depths of his soul. "Big brother, you've treated me so well. Other than giving my life to you, I have nothing else to repay you." Then, Xia Jun didn't hold back and chose Hua Qinxiu's blazing fire bloodline. "Why didn't you choose the strongest fate will bloodline?" Yi Fei was a little surprised. Among the 4 bloodlines, Fa Wudao's was the strongest. If it wasn't for the Blood Devil, Fa Wudao would have definitely become the strongest of the legalists. Instead, Hua Qinxiu's bloodline was the most ordinary of the 4. Xia Jun very rationally shook his head. A tall tree attracts the wind. The Fate Wheel bloodline is unique to the school of legalism. If I merge with it, I will definitely attract the attention of the school of legalism and bring trouble to my brother. Lu Rufeng and Qin Wuyang's bloodlines are also unique. On the other hand, Hua Qinxiu's raging fire bloodline isn't unique to the Hua family. There are a few Earth-grade disciples in the true martial sacred courtyard who also possess this bloodline. Yi Fei nodded. He understood that Xia Jun's words were completely out of consideration for him. Special bloodlines were very precious. The bloodlines of Lu Rufeng and the other 2 were even more of a hot potato. Although these 4 drops of blood were refined by the Blood Devil, it would easily cause misunderstandings if word got out. It would also cause the quasi-emperors of the 3 sacred academies to hate them. Xia Jun is right. These 3 special bloodlines are too high profile. It's fine if I take them, but if others take them, it'll only bring trouble to them. Yi Fei was very pleased. He remembered that Xia Jun was still a somewhat absurd young master when he had just left the outer seas. After a few years of experience, Xia Jun had undoubtedly matured a lot. Leaving Xia Jun to silently refine the blazing fire bloodline in the cave, Yi Fei put away the other 3 special bloodlines and walked out of the cave. Young Master Yi, Senior Brother Gongji, and a few other senior brothers have come to pay their respects. Guowang silently walked over from a corner. Yi Fei was very satisfied with this subordinate who had sworn to follow him. "Guowang, did Fa Yihai contact you in the past few years?" Yi Fei thought of another follower, Fa Yihai. He was a spy he had placed in the school of legalism. Thanks to Fa Yihai, he was able to avoid the school of legalism's secret revenge a few times. Guowang carefully transmitted his voice. "Fa Yihai contacted me, but you weren't here, so I didn't dare to make a decision. Also, heaven-ranked disciple Cui Yongxian seems to have announced that he's going into seclusion. He won't come out for 10 years. Seclusion? I don't think he's in seclusion. He's just guilty and doesn't dare to meet anyone. Find a way to inform Fa Yihai. I want to see him," Yi Fei ordered. When the heavenly tribulation erupted, he only saw the bow-wielding heavenly general release a thunderbolt arrow and destroy Fa Tiantong's fate wheel. He didn't see whether Fa Tiantong was dead or alive. He also didn't forget that the school of legalism had once tried to kill Xiao Chao. If news of Xiao Chao being by his side got out, that old bastard Fa Tianong would definitely do everything he could to capture Xiao Chao and refine him into the life-prolonging pill he had always dreamed of. Ever since he followed Yi Fei, Guo Wang's days had been very comfortable. He had a special bloodline and a special talent in algebra. Such a talent would be very popular in any sacred institute. Recently, there were already quasi-emperors who had noticed Guo Wang and expressed their intention to take him in as a disciple. This made Guo Wang secretly glad that he had made the right choice to follow Yi Fei. Therefore, Guo Wang would always do his best to do whatever Yi Fei asked him to do. Junior brother Yi, thank you so much. Without you, we wouldn't be who we are today. From now on, we are willing to follow you and be your followers. Gongji was accompanied by a dozen or so middle-aged disciples. They were all people who had gone to the Dragon Head realm to gain experience and had been captured by the Blood Ancestor and turned into blood slaves. They were very grateful that Yi Fei had saved them. Considering their difficulties, the Sacred Institute had made an exception and allowed them to stay in the Sacred Institute to cultivate for another 100 years. Gongji and the others were even more grateful. They understood that this opportunity was brought to them by Yi Fei. Therefore, when they heard that Yi Fei had returned, the first thing Gongji did was bring along his companions who had once been reduced to blood slaves to seek refuge with Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt very awkward about Gongji's request to seek refuge with him. Senior brother Gongji, I'm only an Earth-rank disciple. I'm afraid I can't take in too many followers. Most importantly, he had just returned to the Sacred Institute. If he recruited a large group of followers in a high-profile manner, what would the quasi-emperors of the Sacred Institute think? Yi Fei felt that this was inappropriate. Shang Luo was so angry that she wanted to throw a spiritual melon at Yi Fei when she saw that people had taken the initiative to follow him. She jumped over and said, Yi Fei, you don't want followers, but I do. It just so happens that I need a few coolies. Coolies? Gongji and the others looked at Miss Shang with some fear. Yi Fei was also speechless when he heard this. He was about to find an excuse to refuse. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the sky. Yi Fei, since Gongji and the others are willing to follow you, just accept them. Our Sacred Institute doesn't have so many rules. However, you're about to become the saint and should have a group of followers. Saint? Saint, please accept us. Gongji and the others were overjoyed. They didn't have much ability, so they could only think of following Yi Fei to repay Yi Fei's kindness. Saint, our real martial sacred courtyard actually has a holy son. It's that demon Yi. The third dean's words were not only directed at Yi Fei, but also at all the disciples of the true martial sacred courtyard. This order once again caused a large group of disciples to be in a state of chaos. Chapter 1355. Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor Ever since the true martial sacred courtyard fell behind, there had been no holy son. No one knew the reason, but all the disciples knew what it meant for a sacred courtyard to have a holy son. The upper echelons of the sacred courtyard did not intend to hide the fact that Yi Fei had become the holy son. Almost at the same time the three deans announced this, three martial monarchs went to the other three sacred courtyards as messengers to inform them of this news. According to the rules of the four sacred courtyards, no matter which sacred courtyard had a new holy son, the other sacred courtyards would send people to congratulate them. Although the relationship between the four sacred courtyards had been tense in the past 100 years, and they would not come to observe the ceremony, they would still inform each other. When the news reached the divine martial sacred courtyard, Lu Rulong was still recuperating in the sacred courtyard. When he heard that Yi Fei had not only returned to the true martial sacred courtyard, but also became the holy son, Lu Rulong's face immediately turned ashen. He looked at the remaining half of his body, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. Soon his spiritual sense turned into a complete figure. He walked out of the palace where the quasi-emperors were in closed-door cultivation and arrived at a beautiful mountain peak. The mountain peak was like a sword, and the word Lu was clearly engraved on it. This was the place where the disciples of the Lu clan, the other major faction of the divine martial sacred courtyard, cultivated. What? Yi Fei actually became the Holy Sun. No matter what he becomes, I, Huolong, and my heavenly Tao sacred courtyard will not coexist with him. Huolong, who had escaped back to the heavenly Tao sacred courtyard, was in an incomparably miserable state. His physical body was completely destroyed, and only his weak primordial spirit remained. This also startled the other quasi-emperors of the heavenly Tao sacred courtyard. No one expected that after the 4 quasi-emperors personally made a move, Yi Fei would return to the true martial sacred courtyard safely and become the Holy Sun. However, Huolong, who attacked, almost died. At the same time, in the heavenly book sacred courtyard, the quasi-emperors were in disbelief. They used the heavenly book art to reconstruct the blurry scene of Yi Fei's tribulation. That old bastard Shi Yingqing actually personally made a move to protect Yi Fei. That demon Yi Fei actually attracted the heavenly Tao to suppress him and did not die. This is simply a miracle. Everyone, Yi Fei killed Qin Huiyang first. After that, he killed our heavenly books, Sacred Academy's quasi-emperor Hanfeng. Now, he's even publicly declared himself the Holy Son of the true martial Sacred Academy. What do you think? Considering the strength of the legalism school, Fa Tiantong had fled back to the legalism school despite being heavily injured. A portion of the heavenly book Sacred Academy's quasi-emperors chose to forget that it was Fa Tiantong who had killed Hanfeng. Instead, they pushed all the blame onto Yi Fei and the true martial Sacred Academy. Who told Yi Fei to be weak? Who told the true martial Sacred Academy to be in decline? Furthermore, if not for Yi Fei, how could the youngest quasi-emperor of the heavenly book Sacred Academy, Hanfeng, and the most promising holy son of the heavenly book Sacred Academy fall at the same time in the Dragon Head realm? In short, all of this is that demon Yi Fei's fault. From now on, our heavenly book's Sacred Academy swears to be irreconcilable with demon Yi, a quasi-emperor said, coming to a conclusion about Han Feng's death. The other quasi-emperors nodded. They understood that they needed a scapegoat for Han Feng's death to redeem the heavenly book Sacred Academy's lost face. This scapegoat definitely couldn't be the legalism school, which was still very strong. They could push everything onto Yi Fei and use this to attack and isolate the true martial Sacred Academy. This was undoubtedly the best way. Not long after, a beautiful woman arrived at a majestic small world. This world belonged to the Lu clan. Has grandfather come out of seclusion? I have something important to discuss with grandfather, Lu Qing said with a cold expression. The beautiful face was talking to a statue that was waiting outside the palace. The statue was silent for a while before slowly opening its eyes. Master is inside. Young miss, you can go in by yourself. After speaking, the statue remained motionless like an inanimate object. Lu Qing's expression was still very respectful. Only she and her grandfather knew exactly how powerful this statue was. It was the foundation of the Lu clan. Respectfully avoiding the statue, Lu Qing walked into a very ordinary small courtyard. There weren't many decorations inside, only a stone table and 2 stone chairs. There was a pot of spirit tea placed on top of the table, and an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a green robe and a small hat was sipping the tea. This person was the Sky Fa Quasi-Emperor, Lu Mingwei. He was the youngest Quasi-Emperor in the entire Middle Ground and also one of the strongest Quasi-Emperors. It was also this ordinary-looking man who single-handedly caused the decline of the true martial Sacred Academy. Qing, do you know why grandfather called you back? The Sky Fa Quasi-Emperor asked indifferently as he took a sip of tea. I heard that the true martial Sacred Academy has a new holy son. I plan to challenge him and completely destroy the true martial Sacred Academy. Lu Qing's calm face was filled with a strong fighting spirit. The Sky Fa Quasi-Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Qing, or you still don't understand what grandfather means. After all, the true martial sacred academy nurtured me. Although they forced me before, I've already killed all those who forced me. After so many years, grandfather no longer cares about grudges. Lu Qing looked at the Sky Fa Quasi-Emperor with some confusion. The latter shook his head and said in a low and solemn voice, "The reason why I've been suppressing the true martial sacred academy is not because of old grudges from hundreds of years ago. As for the specific reason, I can't tell you because of the oath. But this time, you're definitely not going to challenge the holy son of the true martial sacred academy." After a pause, a fiery passion suddenly flashed in the depths of the Quasi-Emperor's eyes. There was also a trace of anticipation. Your main objective is to test this person, to test his martial Tao and his martial techniques. After that, come back and tell me. Test? Lu Qing was even more confused. In her eyes, the true martial sacred academy was a declining academy. Even if a holy son appeared, she was confident that she could defeat him. But why was there a hint of fear in his grandfather's tone? But Lu Qing still nodded and respectfully retreated. After leaving the small world of the Lu family, her destination was the true martial sacred academy. Yi Fei had no idea that becoming a holy son would be such a troublesome matter. He actually needed to announce it to the world like an emperor. This is obviously to attract hatred for me. I'm obviously a low-key person. I just need to cultivate in peace and be with my brothers and sisters. Yi Fei felt very depressed, especially when he inexplicably had a large group of followers around him. Although the number of followers also represented the influence of the saint, the number of followers represented the influence of the saint. But Yi Fei didn't want too many people around him. This way, many of his secrets would be easily discovered. By the way, there's still that matter. It's almost time to solve it. Yi Fei suddenly remembered another matter. After settling Gong Ji and the other followers, Yi Fei directly left the mountain and went down the mountain to the area of the Heaven Stage disciples. This immediately attracted the attention of countless disciples. How many days has it been? Demon Yi has come down the mountain again. Chapter 1356. Spy Boom. Yi Fei's descent from the mountain caused a commotion among many disciples. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Fei was depressed. He was clearly such an outstanding person, but his name, Demon King Yi, had actually overshadowed the title of Holy Son Yi. But this is also good. The martial world is cruel after all. If I can't make others respect me, then I can make them fear me and avoid a lot of trouble. Yi Fei arrived at the Heaven Stage area. There were 10 towering mountains there, and on each mountain was a dazzling palace. At this moment, the masters of these palaces were all nervously hiding in their palaces. They were all senior disciples and had heard of Yi Fei's ferocity every time he descended from a mountain. Strange. I'm clearly the holy son, not a tiger. Why do I feel like these emperors are all afraid of me? Yi Fei shook his head and withdrew his gaze from the other mountains. Finally, his gaze landed on Cui Yongxuan's palace. Cui Yongxian, are you going to come out yourself? Or do you want me to go in? Yi Fei shouted coldly. Inside the palace, Cui Yongxuan's face was red with anger. But when he thought of how Yi Fei had slaughtered the holy sons of the 3 holy courts and the legalism young master in the Dragon Head realm, his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, Cui Yongxian was already filled with regret. He had once followed the legalism school's orders and tried to assassinate Yi Fei. Now that Yi Fei had become the holy son and was even more infamous, Cui Yongxian wouldn't dare to directly clash with Yi Fei even if he had 10 times the courage. Knowing that he couldn't hide, Cui Yongxian quickly opened the palace door and walked out dejectedly. He said dejectedly, Heaven Stage disciple Cui Yongxian greets senior brother holy son. Slap. Cui Yongxian was answered with a resounding slap from Yi Fei. Cui Yongxian couldn't resist at all. He was already spinning from the slap. Why did you hit me? He screamed and covered his red and swollen face, glaring at Yi Fei with hatred. Slap. Yi Fei did not say a word. He only moved his hand and gave Cui Yongxian another slap. Cui Yongxian resisted with all his might, but it was still the same. Cui Yongxian fell to the ground. At this moment, he said coldly, "Do you know why I hit you? Because I once offended you." Cui Yongxian covered his face. His eyes were bloodshot. He was a heaven-stage disciple. How could he survive in the Saint Academy after being humiliated by Yi Fei? Then, Cui Yongxian screamed again. Yi Fei slapped Cui Yongxian hard across the face. He asked again, "Do you know why I hit you?" "Why?" Cui Yongxuan's heart was filled with resentment and anger. His tone, however, contained a trace of fear, a trace of grief, and a trace of sobbing. "I don't know either," Yi Fei answered confidently. Cui Yongxian was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Fei hit him for no reason? If that was the case, how was he going to compromise? How was he going to sneak into Yi Fei's team and pry out more of his secrets? "You!" Cui Yongxian exploded in anger and pointed at Yi Fei. But before he could speak, another crisp slap was heard. Cui Yongxian looked for his teeth on the ground. He knelt on the ground and roared, "Why? Do you think you can bully others as you wish just because you are the saint? No, those who are bullied by me are definitely not from the Saint Academy. I'll give you 10 breaths. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again in the future." Yi Fei's voice was very cold. He was like a bully who used his power to bully others. But hearing this, Cui Yongxian was no longer resentful. Instead, he was shocked and frightened. He suddenly understood why Yi Fei hit him as soon as they met. As the saint, his duty was to protect the Saint Academy. But he, Cui Yongxian, was a traitor who betrayed the Saint Academy. Just based on this point, he deserved to be hit. Strange, Yi Fei seems to have discovered that I'm a traitor. But why didn't he expose me? Why did he only chase me out of the Saint Academy? Cui Yongxian stood up from the ground in a daze. He didn't say anything. He turned around and was about to leave. Yi Fei didn't hit Cui Yongxian this time. Instead, he sent a cold voice transmission. "You plotted against me in the past, and I hit you back. We are even now. No matter who you are, you owe me a life. When you return to the Human Demon Palace, you better know what to say and what not to say. Otherwise, if I can hit you today, I can kill you at any time in the future. Human Demon. You." Boom! Cui Yongxian stared at Yi Fei with a horrified expression. He couldn't help but take several steps back. In the beginning, he thought that Yi Fei had found out that he was a spy from the legalists. That was why Yi Fei let him go out of anger and fear of the legalists. Never in his wildest dreams would Cui Yongxian expect Yi Fei to see through his true identity. This identity was Cui Yongxuan's biggest secret. Even the legalists couldn't find out. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to save Gongji's group in the Blood Demon sect and learned that the real Cui Yongxian had died long ago, Yi Fei wouldn't have been able to deduce that Cui Yongxian was a spy from the Human Demon Palace. His sudden attack and perfect timing of Cui Yongxuan's identity really messed up this person's plans. From there, Cui Yongxian was completely exposed. "Yi Fei, you will regret this." Cui Yongxuan's expression suddenly turned cold. He glared at Yi Fei one last time before turning around and fleeing the academy as fast as he could. Even though Cui Yongxian didn't know why Yi Fei didn't expose his identity, he knew that once his identity was exposed, the furious higher-ups of the academy wouldn't just slap him a few times like Yi Fei did. They might even skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Of course, this scene in the eyes of many disciples further proved that Yi Fei was a devil. In just a moment, everyone looked at Yi Fei with fear in their eyes. This was especially true for those who had conflicts with Yi Fei in the past. They were afraid that Yi Fei would come after them. Of course, there were also a few disciples who noticed the abnormality in the conversation between Yi Fei and Cui Yongxian. Their eyes became brighter and brighter as they pondered. It seems that the appearance of a holy sun in our academy isn't a bad thing. Yes, the previous heaven stage disciples were too weak. Only a powerful holy sun like Yi Fei can lead the academy to fight against other academies and emperor-to-be families. Many martial emperors in the martial imperial palace had witnessed the entire conflict. Then, Martial Emperor Xingchun and Elder Lu looked at each other. Cold light flashed in their eyes. From Yi Fei's sudden bullying of Cui Yongxian, they could vaguely see that there was something wrong with this heaven-stage disciple. These two martial emperors immediately chased after Cui Yongxian when he left the academy. However, they didn't succeed in stopping him. As a spy of the Human Demon Palace, Cui Yongxian was definitely not a simple person. He had hidden a teleportation talisman array on his body. Once it was activated, even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Fei, since Cui Yongxian is a spy, why did you let him go? Lin Tianjiao walked over curiously. Chapter 1357. Saint Pagoda Fu Renjia. Lin Tianjiao's eyes flickered with a hint of worry and excitement. In the northern region, he and Fu Renjia were rivals, but also best friends. There's one thing I don't understand. Fu Renjia's yin-yang body is very unique, but can't be compared to a special bloodline. Why would the Human Demon Palace pay such a huge price and sacrifice a quasi-emperor to make Fu Renjia a demon breeding heavenly fetus? I have a feeling that things are not that simple, Lin Tianjiao said in a low voice. Yi Fei nodded, his face solemn. That's why I want Cui Yongxian to leave the real martial sacred academy in one piece. Fu Renjia is also a smart person. As long as there's a chance, he will definitely use Cui Yongxian to pass on a message to us. Lin Tianjiao suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. Originally, I thought that after awakening the desolate emperor's bloodline, even if I couldn't surpass you, I would at least be able to catch up. Who would have thought that each of you would be more monstrous than the other? You've walked the path of the strongest, and Fu Renjia is even more monstrous. He actually became a demon with a heavenly embryo. In terms of talent, none of us can compare to him. After listening to Yi Fei's experience in the Dragon Head boundary, Lin Tianjiao was undoubtedly greatly stimulated. As proud as he was, he immediately chose to return to his cave residence and cultivate even more crazily. About a month later, Xia Jun's cave residence was suddenly filled with flames. Those were not ordinary flames, but bloodline flames. After a difficult fusion, Xia Jun finally succeeded in refining Huaqinqiu's blood essence and obtained a special bloodline. This made him very excited. Big brother, finally, I don't have to drag you down anymore. From now on, I won't hide behind you, but will fight side by side with you. Xia Jun closed his eyes and began to gradually adapt to the special bloodline that was born in his body. At the same time, in the depths of the life and death valley of the real martial sacred academy, there were countless terrifying vicious beasts entrenched here, and no one was allowed to come close. At this time, there was a chubby devil monkey, trembling with fear, approaching a large group of devil monkeys. Many devil monkeys were a little surprised when they saw the fat monkey. Then they suddenly thought of something and pointed at the fat monkey, spitting and throwing stones. They couldn't wait to tear the fat monkey into pieces. In the depths of the devil monkey territory, a few furious roars quickly sounded. 3 devil monkey half-emperors covered in golden light were already roaring angrily as they charged toward the group of fat monkeys. The fat monkey immediately screamed, I told you I wouldn't be discovered by the devil monkey this time. Sister Shanghua, you lied to me again. I, little fatty, hate monkeys the most. I will never turn into a monkey again. Brother, save me. The fat monkey screamed as it fled. Behind it were hundreds of angry, golden, demonic monkeys. However, the strange thing was that the speed of these devil monkeys was extremely fast. They were unable to catch up with the fat monkey in front of them. Furthermore, although the fat monkey was running in a crooked manner, its body was surging with demonic chi. It had actually transformed into a terrifying ancient devil ape. It roared silently and had the power to break the heavens. At the same time, when a whole group of devil monkeys was chasing after the scum, a shadow suddenly appeared in the void. It easily broke into the nest of the devil monkeys and looted the monkey wine inside again, causing the little devil monkeys guarding the cave to roar angrily. Naturally, The theft of the monkey wine this time was also blamed on the fat monkey. At this time, Yifei didn't know that the delicious fruit wine he often took from Shanghua was actually the monkey wine that little fatty had risked his life to bring back. Not long after he became the Holy Son, he was called over by Shi Yingqing. Seeing Shi Yingqing suddenly turn from an old man to a middle-aged man, Yifei was surprised. Third principle. It seems that the heavenly tribulation fluid has increased your lifespan by a lot. Breaking through to Martial Emperor in the future is just around the corner. How can it be that easy? The lifespan of a quasi-emperor is the same as that of a martial emperor. It is constant. Even if we quasi-emperors can extend our lifespan slightly, when the time comes, we will still die. All of our efforts, all of our hopes, will all be for naught. This is the sorrow of us old quasi-emperors. Shi Yingqing sighed sadly. He looked at Yifei with eyes full of hope. However, Yifei, you are still young. You still have time to wait for the arrival of the great era. It doesn't matter if we die of old age, but we can't watch talented disciples like you follow in our footsteps. Therefore, we have decided to make an exception and give you the Sage Tower in advance. Sage Tower. Yifei was shocked. After becoming a holy son, he had heard about the Sage Tower. It was said that it was the inheritance treasure of the true martial sacred academy. Furthermore, only holy sons who swore to protect the sacred academy for life were qualified to use the Sage Tower to cultivate. Back then, the true martial sacred academy relied on the Sage Tower to nurture generations of powerful holy sons. Then, these holy sons became even more powerful martial emperors and quasi-emperors. Although Yi Fei coveted such a treasure, he did not want it. Third principle, I am very sorry. I entered the Sacred Academy to cultivate. For the sake of the Sacred Academy, I can do my best. However, I will not submit my life to any faction. Yi Fei's tone was very firm. What he wanted was freedom, and even more so, autonomy. He absolutely could not tie his fate to other factions. Once there were fetters, his hands and feet would be tied, and he would not be able to pursue the pure martial Tao. My martial Tao is pure. I do not want it to be tainted with too much utilitarianism. I hope the principal can understand this. Yi Fei added. His tone was very sincere and firm. Otherwise, he would have sworn to be loyal to Sanluo Temple back in the Dragon Head realm. When he was controlled by the Blood Demon, the quasi-emperors of Sanluo Temple would not have given up on him so easily. Sigh, silly child. As long as the great era does not arrive, the pursuit of martial artists like us is like a broken bridge. We are filled with hope, but unfortunately, there is no path ahead, Shi Yingqing said emotionally. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with determination. If there's no path ahead, then I will open one. Nothing is difficult in this world if one sets his mind to it. I do not know what the Great Era is like. I only know that in the ancient times before us, there were many martial emperors and martial gods. If they could cross the broken bridge and reach the peak of the martial Tao, then we can too. Well said. Nothing is difficult in this world if one sets his mind to it. No wonder you are the only one who dares to embark on this path of despair. An old and tired voice suddenly rang out in the void. This is the grand principal, the soul of the true martial sacred academy. With him around, no one can defeat the true martial sacred academy. At the same time, it is also the grand principal's intention to hand over the Sage's Tower to you. However, there is a condition to activate the Sage's Tower, Shi Yingqing said. Yi Fei asked curiously, what condition? Chapter 1358. To Hate Bitterly. Who would have thought that the key to opening the Sage's Tower would be hidden in the true martial sacred hall? Yi Fei sighed as he arrived at the void gate of the true martial sacred hall. He was holding a small white pagoda in his hand. This pagoda was the Sage's Tower, the legacy treasure of the true martial sacred academy. It was said that this was a unique treasure that had been passed down since the era of the true martial sacred emperor. The Sage's Tower has a unique function. It contains a mysterious power that can collect spirit veins. It allows the sages to collect spirit veins for cultivation anytime and anywhere. Shi Yingqing said enviously as he handed over the sage's tower. What the middle ground lacked the most right now was spirit veins. However, the fact that the Saint Tower was capable of collecting spirit veins was no doubt a shocking fact. Yi Fei was filled with resentment. If he had the sage's tower earlier, he could have used it to collect all the spirit veins along the way back in the ancestral dragon abyss, instead of just letting the dragon tortoise destroy the spirit stones inside. However, with the sage's tower, Yi Fei would be able to store the spirit veins he encountered in the future in the sage's tower. He would be able to refine them whenever he wanted. This was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. It could also solve the problem of the lack of spiritual energy when he cultivated the power of despair. Of course, although the sage's tower had a miraculous function, and the generations of sages had collected a lot of spirit veins, allowing them to have a large number of spirit veins for cultivation anytime and anywhere. However, there was a limit to the sage's tower. A key was required to open it. Otherwise, even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to open the sage's tower and retrieve the spirit veins inside. This was also the reason why Shi Yingqing didn't need Yi Fei to swear allegiance to the true martial sacred academy before handing the sage's tower over to Yi Fei. This was because the sage's tower had lost its key. Back then, the quasi-emperor Tian Fei battled with the last saint of the sacred academy. Not only did he kill the saint and a quasi-emperor, but he also wanted to snatch the saint tower. However, before the saint died, he threw the key to the saint tower into the true martial divine hall. The true martial divine hall was the cave abode of the true martial divine Emperor Zhenwu. Even a martial emperor would not be able to fight his way, and Yi Fei sorted out the information he had obtained in his mind. He understood that the Holy Court was so generous as to give him the sage's tower because they wanted to use him to find the key hidden in the true martial sacred hall and open the sage's tower. This way, the true martial sacred academy would be able to regain the complete sage's tower. As for the spirit veins hidden in the sage tower, they were the rewards that the sacred court had given him. However, Yi Fei felt that this was quite good. If he helped the sacred institution would reward him accordingly. This was much easier to accept than pledging allegiance to the sacred institution and losing his freedom. What I need to do now is to enter the true martial sacred hall and find the key to the sage's tower. Furthermore, I only have a month. This was also the restriction of the true martial sacred hall. Any disciple who entered the true martial sacred hall could stay for a year on their first visit, a month on their second visit, and a day on their third visit. After the third visit, even a martial emperor would not be able to take a single step into the true martial sacred hall. Therefore, even though he knew that the true martial sacred hall hid the key to the sage's tower, he still did not dare to take a single step into the true martial sacred hall. The true martial sacred academy had sent many experts to search for the key, but due to the limited time, they did not find it. This time, Shi Yingqing was willing to give the sage's tower to Yi Fei because he wanted to let Yi Fei try his luck. After all, Yi Fei had obtained the complete pure truth chapter the last time. This time, Shi Yingqing could not help but have higher expectations. However, the third principal has really found the right person this time. Others might not be able to find the key, but they will definitely be able to find the large blue stone hidden inside. Inside the beast-marked space, Xiao Chao swallowed his saliva when he heard Yi Fei mention the large blue stone. Clearly, Xiao Chao found the large blue stone quite delicious after taking a few bites from it last time. Therefore, when Yi Fei entered the Void Gate and was teleported into the true martial sacred hall again, Xiao Chao was already barefooted. He grabbed the dragon tortoise's tail and rushed out eagerly. Squeak! Xiao Chao was undoubtedly very excited to return to the place he missed so much. Most importantly, there was no one else in the true martial sacred hall. Xiao Chao could play here for a while again. The dragon tortoise followed Xiao Chao eagerly, wagging its tail and roaring something. It seemed to be discussing something with Xiao Chao. After all, when Xiao Chao ate the large blue stone last time, the dragon tortoise did not have time to eat it. When it heard Xiao Chao say that the large blue stone seemed delicious, the dragon tortoise also wanted to take a bite. Vaguely understanding the dragon tortoise and Xiao Chao's intentions, Yi Fei immediately sweated and silently expressed his sympathy for the large blue stone. Then, under Xiao Chao's lead, Yi Fei walked towards the palace where the large blue stone was hidden. There were a total of 99 cultivation rooms in the true martial sacred hall. However, there was a hidden 100th room. That was where divine Emperor Zhen Wu used to cultivate. It was also where the large blue stone was hidden. However, this place was very difficult to find. Unless the large blue stone was willing to let people in, even the grand principal of the sacred court could not enter. Of course, this was not a problem for Xiao Chao. Yi Fei's words about finding the large blue stone and maybe she could take another bite out of it made Xiao Cao's eyes sparkle. She even walked more energetically. Soon, they found a large black door that the large blue stone had purposely hidden. The only thing that annoyed Yi Fei and Xiao Chao was that the large blue stone knew that they were here, but the large blue stone still closed the door and refused to let them in. "Senior Bluestone, I'm here to see you again. Quickly open the door and let me in." Considering that he had a favor to ask, Yi Fei could not use force. He could only play the emotional card and pretend to be an acquaintance. As for Yi Fei, the large blue stone hated him to the core. When Yi Fei entered the true martial sacred hall, the large blue stone sensed him but did not say anything. Later, when it saw Xiao Chao directly ignore the concealment restriction it activated and find the black door without any effort, the large blue stone almost cried. "That ferocious little girl is here again. She's actually grinding her teeth. She's such a bully. Not only did she take advantage of me once, she wants to take advantage of me a second time. Does she really think that I'm easy to bully?" Inside the black door, the large blue stone cursed madly, especially when it saw the 2 teeth marks on its body that had not yet disappeared. The large blue stone was so angry that a wisp of black smoke rose from its body. "I can't let these 3 scourges in. If I don't show my power, do you really think that this is your own home? That you can come and go as you please?" Humph! Suddenly, the large blue stone emitted a layer of emerald green light. Knowing that the restriction on the black door could not stop Yi Fei from opening it violently, the large blue stone turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared into the air. At this time, Yi Fei did not get a response after knocking on the door for a long time. He decisively ordered, "Dahe, break open this door." Boom. Chapter 1359. It was too cruel. "Senior Green Rock, if you don't open the door, I'll come in myself." Yi Fei was still very polite. He told himself that he wasn't forcing his way in, but that he was too enthusiastic about opening the door. However, this was also related to his desire to see the Green Rock. After all, the Green Rock was the Enlightenment Stone. Emperor Zhen Wu had become the martial god partly because of the Green Rock. "I don't expect the Green Rock to follow me. I'll be satisfied as long as I can use it to gain enlightenment and master the immemorial Sky Dragon's 8 extremities technique." This was also the reason why Yi Fei agreed to come in without hesitation when he heard that the key was in the true martial divine palace. He needed to gain enlightenment so that he could master the immemorial Sky Dragon's incomplete immemorial Sky Dragon's 8 extremities technique. After barging into the palace, Yi Fei was familiar with the place. He walked towards a nearby thatched cottage. Behind the thatched cottage, there was a patch of purple bamboo. After he destroyed it last time, a purplish-green bamboo forest had grown out again. The thatched cottage was close to the bamboo forest. It was filled with the aura of nature. Doubt of nature. This was Emperor Zhen Wu's cultivation place. It gave Yi Fei a feeling. However, before he could experience this feeling, Xiao Chao had already skipped into the thatched cottage. The dragon turtle followed closely behind. It was full of energy and was ready to attack at any time. The Green Rock wasn't in the thatched cottage. The dragon turtle looked very disappointed. Xiao Chao also looked around in confusion. Although Yi Fei had expected this, his face still twitched. "Senior Green Rock is obviously hiding from us. Didn't you let Xiao Chao bite you last time?" You're so stingy. Squeak. Xiao Qiao was also fuming with anger and had a very unhappy expression on her face. Then, Xiao Qiao simply widened her big black eyes and looked up and down, left and right, searching for traces of the big blue stone. After a while, Yi Fei asked expectantly, Xiao Qiao, how is it? Did you find it? Xiao Qiao suddenly bit his finger, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Then, Xiao Qiao became even angrier. He simply opened his spiritual eye of heaven and earth, and even saw through the layers of space to search for the big blue stone. Big Blue Stone, who was secretly watching this scene, was so frightened that a layer of green cold sweat appeared on his body. He thought to himself in shock, that seems to be the heaven and earth spiritual eye that the God Emperor mentioned when he was alive. This little girl is extraordinarily ferocious. Grandpa Bluestone can't afford to offend her, but I can still avoid her. Ever since Big Bluestone was bitten twice by Xiao Qiao, it was completely afraid of this little ancestor. Later, it learned from the painful experience and finally found a way to avoid Xiao Qiao's spiritual aura detection. However, when it saw that Xiao Qiao had opened the spiritual eye of heaven and earth again, the Big Blue Stone was shocked again. It hurriedly hid even more secretly and miraculously avoided the detection of the spiritual eye of heaven and earth. Xiao Qiao, could it be that you also haven't found the Big Blue Stone's whereabouts? Yi Fei suddenly became nervous. The Big Blue Stone was not only related to whether he could find the lost key to the Sage's Tower in the true martial sacred hall, but also whether he could quickly cultivate the primordial heavenly art. After all, he was not the blood demon. He did not have the cultivation of the blood demon, who could quickly fuse his domain and even the 8 trigrams talisman with the 8-division heavenly dragon. If Yi Fei were to cultivate by himself, even with the undying sword spirit, he would still have to be in seclusion for tens of years, or even hundreds of years before he could successfully cultivate a primordial heaven art. Unless he could continuously comprehend the Tao, and in the process of comprehending the Tao, he would be able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Only then would he be able to successfully cultivate a primordial heaven art in a short period of time. Xiao Qiao continues searching. I don't believe that the Big Blue Stone is definitely hidden here. Yi Fei said angrily. He felt that the Big Blue Stone was too despicable. Xiao Qiao was also very angry. Seeing that she didn't find the large blue stone in this palace, Xiao Qiao went to the next palace. She secretly ground her small canine teeth and told Yi Fei in a squeaky voice that if she found that abominable blue stone, Xiao Qiao must fiercely bite it once, no, twice, thrice, considering that the Big Blue Stone seemed to be quite delicious. Xiao Qiao was vexed as she thought about how many bites she should take. She continued to search through the palaces one by one. Just like that, she finished searching through 100 palaces. Xiao Qiao suddenly felt a little dejected. She still could not find the Big Blue Stone. Yi Fei was also very depressed. Before he came in, he had promised Shi Yingqing that he would definitely be able to find the key to the Sage's Tower. He knew that Xiao Qiao was the Big Blue Stone's nemesis. But now, even Xiao Qiao could not find the Big Blue Stone's whereabouts. Looks like this rock is very smart. It suffered a great loss at Xiao Qiao's hands last time. It must have researched a way to hide its spiritual energy. This way, as long as it hides and does not emit spiritual energy, Xiao Qiao will not be able to sense its specific location. Yi Fei thought to himself. He then looked at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao was dispirited and had an inexplicable look of grievance on her little face. Not being able to find a Big Blue Stone this time was obviously a huge blow to Xiao Qiao. Yi Fei saw that. Xiao Qiao was still young. She could not be defeated like this and be unable to pull herself together. He hurriedly hugged Xiao Qiao and comforted her. Xiao Qiao, don't be discouraged. If we can't find it this time, we will continue to search. True martial sacred hall is only so big, and the Big Blue Stone is the only living thing. As long as we search hard, we will definitely find it. Living thing? Hearing Yi Fei's words, the dragon turtle's shifty eyes suddenly lit up. Then, it immediately roared and said something to Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao hesitated at first. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes gradually lit up, and she became spirited. Yi Fei looked at Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle, talking in a daze. The conversation this time was too complicated, so he did not really understand. He only saw Xiao Qiao patting the dragon turtle's head as a form of praise. Then, Xiao Qiao hurriedly ran back into the beastmark space. When she came out again, Xiao Qiao had brought out her little blanket of spiritual herbs. On the blanket, there was a dazzling array of spiritual herbs that Xiao Qiao had woven. Not only were they full of spiritual energy, but they were also all treasured herbs that were thousands of years old. Even a most ordinary spiritual herb on the blanket had medicinal energy that was thousands of years old. Yi Fei estimated that if he allowed Xiao Qiao to continue sleeping like this, in another 1,000 years, the spiritual herb might become a spirit and become another kind of spiritual item. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was happily holding the spiritual herb in her hands. She was babbling something to the spiritual herb. The spiritual herb actually swayed its green leaves slightly, as if it understood Xiao Qiao's instructions. Then, Xiao Qiao puffed up her cheeks and blew a rainbow-colored spiritual wind at the spiritual herb. Yi Fei could tell that Xiao Qiao was using the method of cultivating spiritual flowers to cultivate this spiritual herb. At the same time, as the rainbow-colored spiritual wind blew, the spiritual herb grew rapidly. A large amount of green light spots floated between the soft green leaves. These light spots quickly turned into another young spiritual herb. As it grew rapidly, it emitted even more green light spots and flew to every corner of the true martial sacred hall. Chapter 1360. A row of spiritual herbs ascending to the blue sky. His eyes immediately lit up. He finally understood what kind of rotten idea the dragon turtle gave Xiao Qiao. The dragon turtle actually asked Xiao Qiao to plant herbs in the true martial sacred hall. This way, as long as the sacred hall was filled with herbs, the spiritual herbs would become the eyes and ears of countless Xiao Qiao. This way, it wouldn't be just Yi Fei and the other two searching for the large blue stone, but tens of thousands of spiritual herbs searching for the large blue stone together. Even if the large blue stone didn't leak any spiritual energy, it would definitely be discovered. Yi Fei stroked Xiao Qiao's ponytail and praised him. Xiao Qiao, well done. The stone can run away, but the sacred hall can't. Once you find the large blue stone, I'll allow you to take 3 bites. Roar. The dragon turtle hurriedly wagged its tail, indicating that it should take 3 bites since it was the one who came up with the idea. Xiao Qiao, who was praised, put in even more effort. Soon, the entire true martial sacred hall's ground had turned into a large field of grass. Unfortunately, even though these spiritual herbs covered the entire sacred hall, and some even grew to the pillars of the sacred hall, they still couldn't find the large blue stone. Xiao Qiao's face showed a hint of disappointment again, and tears had already appeared in his eyes. Yi Fei, however, became ruthless and scolded angrily. Big blue stone, you better not force me. Otherwise, when I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. Such a small trick. Grandpa Stone won't come out. What can you do to me, my dear grandson? The large blue stone's arrogant voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Obviously, seeing that Xiao Qiao couldn't find it, the large blue stone finally became bolder. It wanted to come out to mock Yi Fei and trample on Yi Fei. Damn, why are the stones I meet always a little despicable? Faced with the large blue stone's blatant provocation, Yi Fei was furious. The dragon turtle was also furious. Xiao Qiao immediately looked in the direction of the voice, but he still couldn't find the big blue stone. Just as Xiao Qiao was feeling disappointed, Yi Fei suddenly thought of something. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being so foolish. How could I forget? Not only can the big blue stone move freely in the temple, it can also control the various spells of the temple. Since the temple is filled with spirit grasses and we still can't find it, It goes without saying that this broken stone must have used the temple's spells to hide in the void. It would be great if these spiritual herbs could grow in the void. He had only casually mentioned it, but Xiao Cao's eyes had already lit up when she heard this. She hurriedly gestured to Yi Fei, indicating that there was a way to make the spiritual grass grow into the air. However, it would require a lot of spirit stones to do so. When Yi Fei heard this, he nodded without hesitation. The spirit stones are not a problem. Xiao Cao, go ahead and do it. Just because of the big blue stone's provocation, he couldn't let the big blue stone continue to be so smug. Coincidentally, when the blood demon killed Lu Ruffing and the other three in the Dragon Head realm, Yi Fei took the opportunity to obtain the space belts of the saints and obtained a large number of spirit stones. He had used most of these spirit stones to break through to the divine warrior Dao realm, but there were still more than 10 billion spirit stones left. Yi Fei immediately took out all these spirit stones and piled them up into a small mountain. Xiao Cao immediately planted the mother of the spirit grass on the top of the small mountain of spirit stones. Then, using the flower Dao techniques, he made all kinds of strange and complicated hand seals. It was Yi Fei's first time seeing such hand seals. Even when he and Xiao Cao were cultivating spirit flowers in the Huaxian sect in the North region, Xiao Cao didn't use such complicated techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Following Xiao Cao's hand seals, the entire small mountain of spirit stones suddenly roared like a tide. Then, the spirit mountain turned into merciless spirit energy and formed a huge 7-colored spirit wind. No, it was no longer a spirit wind. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call a hurricane. Under Yi Fei's surprised gaze, this hurricane blew up countless green light spots. These light spots actually started to take root and sprout in the air. More green light spots finally broke through the restrictions of space and blew into the layers of seal void restrictions. They also started to sprout leaves and flowers. Yi Fei was shocked to find that he had gone crazy. Even he was scared because he had taken out too many spirit stones. The 7-colored spirit wind, transformed from these spirit stones, didn't just sweep through the entire true martial sacred hall. Many of the spirit winds also penetrated the restrictions of the sacred hall and blew many green light spots into the void outside the sacred hall. Will there be any problems? Yi Fei suddenly felt a little scared. He didn't know that, just as Xiao Cao was trying his best to use the 7-colored spirit wind, waves of green light spots formed countless spirit grass seeds. They covered the sky and earth and entered the small world of the true martial sacred academy. Saint Mountain. Xia Jun walked out of the cave abode in high spirits. At this time, he had completely integrated with the raging fire bloodline. Both his combat strength and aptitude had been greatly improved. Finally, I can't be a burden to Big Brother anymore. From now on, I will fight side by side with Big Brother. Isn't that instructor Zhou Xiaoyu? I must give her my love. One moment, he was ambitious. The next moment, he was incomparably wretched. However, before Xia Jun could greet Zhou Xiaoyu, Xia Jun was suddenly dumbfounded. He saw something. Above instructor Zhou Xiaoyu's head, a green light suddenly floated over. Then, a stalk of spiritual grass quickly grew on her head. That spiritual grass even immediately bloomed into a small red flower. I'm crazy. I must have made a mistake in my cultivation. I'm hallucinating. No. Xia Jun rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he didn't see wrongly. He was so scared that he almost peed on the spot. He rushed into the cave abode like a madman and planned to go into seclusion again to check what had gone wrong. Fatty, you did well this time. You finally got a lot of monkey wine. This spiritual melon is your reward. Shanglua stood outside the Bloodshed Valley, panting. She had been chased by the devil monkeys for 10 days and 10 nights. Shanglua was very satisfied with Peng Bei, who had lost a lot of weight. She habitually took out a spiritual melon. However, before she could eat it, a green light spot fell on the spiritual melon. The spiritual melon cracked with a touch, and countless tender shoots grew out crazily from it. Shanglua was petrified on the spot. At the same time, in the herb garden of the real martial sacred academy, Elder Lu was explaining the specific method to break through to the martial emperor realm to a group of Earth Stage disciples. Lin Tianjiao and Guo Wang were sitting there. However, as they listened, Guo Wang suddenly felt that the futon he was sitting on was a little itchy. He subconsciously touched it and was shocked to find that the futon he was sitting on had turned from yellow to green. The roots had gone deep into the soil and sprouted new shoots. Then, there was another exclamation. The numerous Earth-ranked disciples raised their heads again in shock. They looked at Elder Lu, who was already speaking in an extravagant manner, whose entire body was actually covered with spirit mushrooms. A few even emerged from his ears and nostrils. Who dares to be so hateful and play tricks on me? These green light spots even floated to the place where the Star Martial Emperor was cultivating in seclusion. The Star Martial Emperor flew into the sky in anger. When he rushed up, he faintly felt that something was wrong. He was shocked to find that not only was he covered in grass, but there was also a large patch of grass floating in the sky like clouds. Oh my God, grass is growing in the sky. More disciples exclaimed in shock. How is this grass? It's clearly a row of spiritual herbs in the sky. A disciple with literary talent wrote a poem on the spot, which attracted more disciples to beat him up. Chapter 1361. Grandpa sure shows his might. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Find out who did it. Heavens, my real martial sacred courtyard has been established for tens of thousands of years, but such a crazy and outrageous thing has never happened before. This grass has grown to the sky. Spiritual, venerable, martial emperor. Tell me, did you do it? You're not only an alchemist, but also a flower master. Do you admit it? Finally, Elder Lu and the Star Martial Emperor, whose bodies were covered with mushrooms and weeds, rushed towards an old martial emperor who was wearing a medicine man's robe. It looked like they were about to fight. The spiritual, venerable martial emperor was furious. He pointed at the two of them and cursed. Bullshit. The weeds are growing into the clouds. If I had the ability, I'd be the first to kill you. The other martial emperors looked at each other in dismay. If it wasn't the spiritual, venerable martial emperor, who did it? Who had the ability to grow weeds in the sky? Could it be that there's an invasion? In the Dragon Head boundary, the holy sons and quasi-emperors of the three sacred courtyards have suffered heavy losses. They've all said that they won't be able to coexist with our real martial sacred courtyard, said a martial emperor in shock. No, we have to report this to the deans. Elder Lu, the Star Martial Emperor, and the spiritual, venerable martial emperor were all shocked. They quickly ran towards the quasi-emperor's palaces. There's no need to report this. We already know about this. It's not an invasion, said the third dean as he walked in with a strange look on his face. Such a serious matter had happened in the real martial sacred courtyard. As a quasi-emperor, he was the first to know about it. Shi Yingqing was furious at first. He thought that it was some martial emperor who had done something ridiculous. However, after carefully observing the source of the spiritual wind in the sky, Shi Yingqing was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Yi Fei, that little bastard, he's really a hedgehog. He caused enough trouble in the Dragon Head boundary, and now he's back in the real martial sacred courtyard. Shi Yingqing immediately regretted bringing Yi Fei back. That little bastard was clearly causing trouble wherever he went. Unfortunately, everyone only had 3 chances to enter the true martial divine palace. If they exceeded this number, even a quasi-emperor like Shi Yingqing could forget about entering. Even though Shi Yingqing knew that this matter was caused by Yi Fei, he had no choice but to help clean up the mess. At the same time, he swore in his heart, this brat has caused such a huge mess. It's one thing if he can find the key to the Holy Sun Tower, but if he can't, I'll definitely capture him and give him a good beating. I'll let him know that he can't do as he pleases just because he's a holy son. Yi Fei didn't expect Xiao Chao's 7-colored spiritual wind to be so exaggerated. After a short while, the entire true martial sacred hall was filled with flying spiritual herbs. These spiritual grasses communicated with each other and formed a huge net of spiritual grasses. With Xiao Chao as the core, the net spread in all directions, including the void where the true martial sacred hall was hidden. The Bluestone, who had been incomparably complacent just a moment ago, suddenly let out an angry scream. This is too unfair. This is too much. Grandpa sure can't afford to offend you. I've already gone into hiding, but you still won't let me go. Brat Yi, you'd better not push me too far. Otherwise, when Grandpa sure gets angry, even I'll be afraid. Big Bluestone, if I can't find you today, I'll be your grandson from now on. Yi Fei was full of confidence. He could finally hold his head high for once. He had made up his mind to find this Bluestone and teach it a lesson. In order to encourage Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei didn't hold back and said, Xiao Qiao, put in more effort. When we find this Bluestone, we'll slice it with oil and eat it. Yi Fei really did take out a black wok from his spatial belt and prepared some oil to further increase the pressure on the Bluestone. Seeing the wok of oil, the Bluestone's entire body turned green. It was covered in cold sweat. Then, rolling anger turned into black smoke and came out of the Bluestone. You three scourges. If Grandpa sure doesn't show his power, you really think that I'm a steam bun that anyone could take a bite out of? Grandpa will fight it out with you today. Having been forced into a corner, the Bluestone knew that it couldn't hide anymore. It finally decided to show off its power and let Yi Fei know that it wasn't easy to bully. Rumble. The true martial sacred hall suddenly rumbled violently. Mysterious runes were everywhere. These runes were connected to each other and formed a series of extremely complicated seals. Under these seals, the dragon turtle was directly pressed to the ground. Xiao Qiao also squeaked and hurriedly formed a rainbow-colored spiritual wind into a windbreaker to protect himself. Yi Fei felt very miserable. The Bluestone used seals to suppress Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle. He thought that he would do the same. Who knew that it would use a teleportation seal to deal with him? It directly teleported him away from Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle. Damn, this stone actually tricked me. Yi Fei shouted angrily. When he realized that he had arrived, he was already in a mysterious void. In the void, the Bluestone's mocking voice was heard. Ha, kid, now you know what I'm capable of. You forced me. Grandpa sure will let you have a taste of being forced today. Then, the Bluestone's voice disappeared. At the same time, a figure wearing a 9-dragon robe and a flat crown walked out of the void coldly. When Yi Fei saw the figure, he suddenly swallowed hard. Divine Emperor Zhenwu. He had passed the Heaven Grade examination before. Although he had cheated with the help of an Emperor weapon, he had seen Divine Emperor Zhenwu's appearance before. That's right, this is Divine Emperor Zhenwu. Kid, didn't you want to obtain Divine Emperor Zhenwu's inheritance? Don't say that Grandpa sure didn't give you a chance. Of course, Grandpa sure is very benevolent. If you can't beat me, all you have to do is kneel down and shout, Grandpa sure, my good grandson is wrong 3 times. Grandpa sure will be merciful and let you go. The Bluestone's mocking voice was heard again. That voice almost made Yi Fei vomit blood. The Bluestone had obviously misunderstood his purpose. He had entered this time to look for the key to the sage's tower, not to force it to hand over Divine Emperor Zhenwu's inheritance. This misunderstanding is deeper than the sea. Senior Bluestone, please listen to my explanation. Yi Fei looked at the illusory figure of Divine Emperor Zhenwu that was gradually approaching. He was a little afraid. After all, that was a martial god. Even if it was just an illusory figure, it was still an unfathomable existence. Misunderstanding my ass. Kid, if you're afraid, kneel down now and admit that you're my grandson. Then, take that savage child and leave quickly. The Bluestone's tone was extremely smug as it pressed on. Yi Fei's face darkened. He knew that the Bluestone was desperate this time. It would definitely not give up until it chased him out. Since I can't reason with it, I can only use my fists. Yi Fei secretly made up his mind. A strong fighting spirit gradually appeared in his eyes. After all, this was the true martial sacred hall. He knew that the Bluestone only wanted to chase him out and not hurt him. Of course, Yi Fei was not afraid. Chapter 1362. battling the divine emperor's phantom fist of life and death. Yi Fei wanted to test the strength of the phantom. He used all of his strength as soon as he attacked. The terrifying fist radiance turned into rolling death aura and hit the phantom. A layer of hard black tortoise armor suddenly appeared on the body of the illusory figure. Not only did it withstand a life and death fist without being damaged, there was also an enormous recoil force that sent Yi Fei flying. For manifestations of true martial, Yi Fei was shocked. He thought that the 4 manifestations of true martial would turn into a god. He didn't expect the divine emperor of true martial to be able to turn the 4 manifestations into armor and form a defense. I wonder if this defense is better than my purple gold Tai Chi and battle devil golden body. Yi Fei was eager to try. This failure didn't make him depressed. Instead, it strengthened his battle intent. Feeling Yi Fei's battle intent, the phantom's figure quickly became clear. It formed a handsome and extraordinary young man. This was the divine emperor of true martial, the ancient martial god. However, the divine emperor of true martial's cultivation was the same as Yi Fei's. They were both in the 10th level martial saint realm. Kid, don't say that Grandpa Sure is bullying you. The divine emperor's phantom will be the same as your cultivation. If you can defeat the divine emperor, you can get his inheritance. If you can't, you'll be tortured. Of course, I'm kind. I don't have a good grandson by my side. You know that. The large green rock laughed. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. After all, the divine emperor of true martial's inheritance wasn't ordinary. It had to go through many tests. In fact, Yi Fei had to go through the test to obtain the returning to nature chapter. Helplessly, Big Bluestone had been bitten twice by Xiao Qiao, which had left a shadow in his heart. In order to quickly get rid of this little ancestor, Big Bluestone could only hold back his tears and pass on the returning to nature technique to Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei's greed wasn't enough. He came in and tried to get the other chapters. The large green rock couldn't tolerate it. Yi Fei didn't even have the chance to explain. Just as he was sent flying, the divine emperor of true martial's phantom had already rushed over. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded in the void. It was a divine spear formed by an azure dragon. The spear radiance was dazzling, and it had the power to shatter the void. It suddenly pierced towards Yi Fei's body. Purple gold Tai Chi. Let's see whose defense is stronger. Yi Fei wanted to fight divine emperor of true martial's true martial's true martial's true martial was true martial's divine emperor. He unleashed all of his power, forming a purple gold Tai Chi ball, perfectly protecting himself. At this moment, the terrifying azure dragon spear light also fiercely pierced over with an aura that could sweep through everything. The spear radiance and the purple gold Tai Chi collided intensely. Then they separated and collided again. Terrifying green dragon light splashed out, as well as large amounts of purple gold specks of light. The clanging sounds shook the void. Yi Fei's eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and his entire body was burning with purple gold flames. These flames were constantly replenishing the purple gold Taiji's consumption, allowing his purple gold Taiji's range to expand from 5 steps to 10 steps. Within 10 steps, I am invincible. Boom! The God Emperor sent out hundreds of azure dragon spear shadows, but they were unable to break through the defense of the violet gold Tai Chi. The illusory figure suddenly retreated. The God Emperor frowned, but he soon relaxed. An even more terrifying fighting spirit emerged from the young God Emperor. Then it turned into surging, killing intent. Roar! Tiger's roar! The divine emperor rushed forward again. This time, he used the white tiger divine fist of the true martial 4 phases. The terrifying fist light was enough to shatter a mountain range. This was the might of the white tiger, as well as the might of his physical body. Before Xiao Chen's fist arrived, a layer of terrifying ripples appeared on the purple gold Taiji, making it wobble on the verge of collapse. Yi Fei's face changed. Although the purple gold Taiji was invincible, it wasn't without flaws. The Taiji ball could only defend against martial arts attacks, but it was weak against pure physical strength. He had not expected Emperor Zhenwu's illusory figure to have such a terrifying fighting spirit. He had discovered this flaw in such a short time. Battle, demon, golden body. Yi Fei roared. When he put away the purple gold Taiji ball, his entire body emitted a dazzling golden demonic light. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body was filled with explosive power. Like a battle demon, Yi Fei punched out and collided with the God Emperor's white tiger divine fist. Roar! The white tiger roared, and endless killing intent turned into a twisting and rotating killing force. It was filled with boundless killing intent. In an instant, it shattered Yi Fei's battle demon golden body, causing Yi Fei to vomit blood and retreat. I won't be at a disadvantage in this battle. After being injured, Yi Fei's expression became even crazier. He was like a raging battle demon, charging forward with a fearless and majestic aura. The God Emperor's illusory figure was clearly stunned. He did not expect Yi Fei to be uninjured after being hit by the white tiger divine fist. Instead, he immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Bam! This time, the God Emperor's illusory figure was sent flying by Yi Fei's explosive punch. Yi Fei's battle demon Dao had reached the 8th level, and its toughness was comparable to that of an emperor weapon. Yi Fei's punch was purely based on his strength, but it had already pierced a hole in the void. No matter how tough the armor formed by the 4 phases of Zhenwu was, it was unable to withstand Yi Fei's punch that was comparable to an imperial weapon. Boom! The black tortoise armor shattered, but at the same time, behind the God Emperor, a pair of flaming wings suddenly appeared. Those were the vermilion bird wings. They formed into 2 flaming wings and carried the God Emperor into the sky. Then, they swooped down towards Yi Fei. At the same time, a terrifying flame appeared. It turned the God Emperor into a terrifying flame giant, turning the entire space into a terrifying sea of fire. Fist of life and death. Yi Fei roared angrily once more. Both of his fists unleashed a tornado of death at the same time. Suddenly, the flames falling from the sky were split in half. Then he stomped his foot and charged into the sky. He raised his leg and sent out a whip kick. It was still pure physical strength, but it caused the flames in the sky to explode. In the void, Yi Fei did not see the God Emperor's illusory figure. The flames that filled the sky were just a feint. The moment Yi Fei shattered the flames, the God Emperor's illusory figure had already stepped down from the sky. Every step he took, the weight of the space increased by 10 times. When his 10 steps landed, the 100-fold gravity had already pressed down on Yi Fei's body. It was creaking and cracking sounds. Tai Chi domain. Yi Fei was completely enraged. He ignored the 100-fold gravity and continued to soar into the sky. At the same time, a blurry black and white world appeared behind him, resisting the impact of the surrounding gravity. After that, Yi Fei's whip kick had already collided fiercely with the God Emperor's whip kick like 2 steel divine pillars. Chapter 1363. Adjustment of difficulty. The void suddenly exploded. Yi Fei and the Emperor God appeared to be in a sorry state. They were still tied in this collision. The only difference was that Yi Fei had a real physical body. The power in his body was boundless and was comparable to an emperor weapon. On the other hand, the Emperor God was only an apparition. He could perfectly simulate the power of a physical body. However, he could not continuously stimulate the hidden potential in his body like Yi Fei. Every piece of flesh was glowing, and every cell was burning with golden flames. Yi Fei was like a demon god who was fighting against the heavens and earth. He strode forward and ignored the injury on his leg. Suddenly, he charged towards Emperor God Zhenwu. His terrifying iron fist was aimed at the black tortoise armor that Emperor God Zhenwu had created. The Emperor God's apparition immediately returned the favor. He also used the white tiger divine fist. Like an enraged white tiger, he stretched out his sharp claws and tore Yi Fei's body apart. There was a loud boom. Yi Fei's war demon golden body suddenly shattered. The killing power of the white tiger divine fist immediately surged into his body and crushed his organs and flesh. Kill! Yi Fei did not retreat. The blood in his body suddenly started to burn. 1/3 of the cells in his body suddenly exploded and formed countless golden vortexes. It was as if a star had exploded. Yi Fei's power suddenly became extremely shocking. The iron fists he brandished shattered the void. No matter how tough the divine emperor's black tortoise armor was, it couldn't withstand it at this moment. It was smashed to dust by Yi Fei's 10 consecutive punches. The emperor god, who had lost his black tortoise armor, was no match for Yi Fei in terms of pure physical strength. Just as his white tiger divine fist was about to severely injure Yi Fei's iron fist turned into 2 golden meteors and pierced through the emperor god's apparition's chest. A transparent hole appeared. An ordinary ancient martial art practitioner would have died from such an injury. Even if the emperor god's apparition did not die, he was still severely injured. Looks like I've won this battle. In terms of pure physical strength, I'm not afraid of anyone except peerless geniuses. Yi Fei's body was drenched in blood. What emerged was not pain, but a strong sense of self-confidence. Emperor God Jun Wu had been very strong when he was young, but he obviously hadn't reached the level of an exceptional genius. As long as his opponent wasn't a peerless genius, he had the confidence to win. Last punch, send this phantom on its way. After controlling the injuries in his body, Yi Fei suddenly emitted a thick, killing intent. Since he knew that this opponent in front of him was a lifeless phantom, he certainly wouldn't be polite. He could kill without worry. Not good. How long has it been? This brat has become so ferocious. He actually fused with the despair force for the 5th time. How is this possible? In the void, the great Bluestone had been secretly watching this battle. He had opened the God Emperor's trial not because he liked Yi Fei and wanted to help him. On the contrary, the great Bluestone really disliked Yi Fei. He wanted nothing more than to chase Yi Fei out of the God Emperor's trial like a plague. Therefore, it had no choice but to start the Emperor God's test to make Yi Fei retreat. Even in its wildest dreams, the large Bluestone would never have imagined that Yi Fei would be able to complete the path of despair that many peerless geniuses in the ancient era had failed to complete. Not only that, but he had also miraculously fused the power of despair 5 times. Not only that, he had even defeated the young God Emperor's phantom. What sin have I committed to meet such a troublemaker? No, I can't let him pass this test. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. The large green rock thought that if Yi Fei passed the test, it would have to show itself and pass the Zhenwu inheritance to Yi Fei. At that time, it would have to meet Xiao Qiao. If Xiao Qiao didn't like it and ate it like a steamed bun, the large green rock suddenly trembled. Then, without another word, it secretly adjusted the difficulty of the seal. Brat, Grandpa sure forgot to tell you that the difficulty of the Emperor God's test can be adjusted. The one just now was of normal difficulty. Now, let's do a more difficult one. Grandpa sure is in a good mood, so I told you. You're welcome. The large green rock's smug voice came from the void. Then, Yi Fei watched in astonishment as the God Emperor's silhouette that was about to be killed by him suddenly seemed to have taken some powerful medicine. Its aura increased greatly, and it even broke through from the martial saint realm to the martial emperor realm. Yi Fei almost vomited blood. It wasn't easy for him to beat the Emperor God's apparition until it only had a sliver of blood left. Just as he was about to kill it, the large green rock openly cheated. Not only did it revive the apparition with full blood, it even broke through to the martial emperor realm. How could he continue fighting like this? Large green rock, you're a senior. How could you be so shameless? Yi Fei shouted angrily. He had the urge to swallow the large green rock. In the void, the large green rock laughed proudly. Haha, brat, have you forgotten that I'm a rock? I'm just a rock. Why would I care about my face? F***. Yi Fei was depressed by the large green rock's shamelessness. Then, He had no choice but to brace himself to deal with the attack of the Emperor God's apparition. Boom! The Emperor God at the martial Emperor realm was very scary. He had not even used the white tiger divine fist yet, but the murderous aura it exuded caused a series of terrifying ripples to appear in the void. Taiji Yin-Yang Sword. Facing the Emperor God's apparition, Yi Fei didn't dare to attack with his physical body. He touched his space belt, and the spirit-devouring sword appeared in his hand. The whistling sword light turned into a long rainbow of swords. Then it turned into 12 consecutive Taiji sword diagrams in front of him to protect him. Roar! At the same time, the Emperor God's apparition also moved. The white tiger divine fist carried the aura of a martial emperor, and its power increased by more than 10 times. The 12 consecutive punches shattered Yi Fei's 12 Taiji sword diagrams. Then, a huge green dragon roared in the sky and turned into the green dragon divine spear. It fell into the Emperor God's hand and stabbed towards Yi Fei. Die! Yi Fei roared. He waved the spirit-devouring sword, and the whistling sword light suddenly turned into 12 terrifying mountains. They stood in front of him and blocked the divine spear. At the same time, the green dragon divine spear suddenly disappeared. Then, it turned into raging flames and formed a terrifying pillar of flames that shot towards Yi Fei's sword mountain. Bang! Under the impact of the flames, the sword mountain melted and collapsed. At the same time, the Emperor God's apparition stepped on the boundless flames and held the green dragon divine spear in his hand. He was like a ferocious general who had killed tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. The tip of the spear was sharp and carried a terrifying aura of death. It stabbed towards Yi Fei mercilessly. Taiji domain, Taiji Yin-Yang sword. Yi Fei's eyes turned crazy. A blurry black and white world quickly appeared behind him. It turned into a black and white Taiji the size of a millstone and blocked the attack of the green dragon divine spear. Then, the green dragon divine spear shattered the Taiji domain and was about to pierce his throat. Chapter 1364. Ancient Martial Emperor Boom. The dazzling Taiji sword diagram suddenly exploded, splitting into 2 streams of sword chi, one black and one white. They whistled through the air like 2 surging rivers of sword chi, piercing through the God Emperor's illusion from the side. The God Emperor's illusion was clearly stunned, unable to determine the purpose of Yi Fei's attack. The large green rock was also taken aback. Could it be that this brat was so flustered that his sword chi missed? How would it know the wonders of the Taiji sword diagram? After all, this was a martial art that Yi Fei had created using Taiji and the power of despair as a foundation. Its greatest characteristic was that it was unpredictable. Even Yi Fei himself did not know what would happen if he pushed Taiji to the limit, let alone the large green rock. However, the God Emperor's illusion was still in front of Yi Fei. The God Emperor's illusion was only stunned for a moment. Just as the Azure Dragon Spear was about to pierce Yi Fei's throat, the God Emperor's illusion discovered something. The huge spear suddenly turned around, like an azure dragon swinging its tail, suddenly piercing backward from the front. Behind a shadow, the 2 sword chi rivers that seemed to have deviated also converged at this time, forming a huge Taiji sword diagram again, crushing the shadow invisibly. However, as the illusion turned around and the Azure Dragon turned around, Yi Fei's Taiji sword diagram had already collided with the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Explode! Yi Fei roared. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the void. Then, this dragon's roar formed a clear dragon world that collided with the Taiji sword diagram. The Taiji sword diagram, which had the specialty of depriving defense, was shattered by this dragon world. The dragon world even extended and merged with the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. When the illusion turned around again, what appeared before Yi Fei was no longer the Azure Dragon Divine Spear, but the dragon world that contained boundless dragon might. It's a domain, a complete domain. Fear flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. He suddenly recalled that Emperor Gajun Wu had once been a martial sage and had formed half of a realm. It was obvious that when Emperor Gajun Wu had become a martial royal, he had already comprehended a complete realm. A complete domain against an incomplete Tai Chi domain resulted in a crushing defeat for the Tai Chi yin-yang sword. At this moment, Yi Fei was still not discouraged. His fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger, and his eyes were getting crazier. Those who are able to form a complete realm in the martial sage realm are exceptional geniuses. Half of them are considered half exceptional geniuses. I wonder if I can defeat half of them with my strength? Yi Fei looked doubtful, but a strong sense of confidence had already emerged from his body. Then, this confidence transformed into a dragon's roar that was even more terrifying than the Azure Dragon's. 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. Roar. The empty space shook, and even the Azure Dragon Divine Spear was affected, becoming slightly slower. At this moment, Yi Fei did not hesitate to release his Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. However, his golden body was no longer the Buddhist golden body. Under the refinement of the blood demon, the 8 heavenly dragons had turned into primordial golden bodies. The blood dragon in the middle was especially powerful. This was a heavenly dragon that the blood demon had focused on refining. It contained a complete realm of the blood demon realm. Primordial heavenly skill, heavenly dragon's 8 poles. Yi Fei shouted coldly. The blood dragon behind him roared as Yi Fei punched out. A vast demon god's might was released from Yi Fei's body. At this moment, the demon god's blood in his body was boiling. Unknowingly, it formed a close connection with the blood demon realm and the blood dragon. At this moment, Yi Fei was the new blood demon, the new demon god. He did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. But at this moment, the might of the primordial heavenly skill was definitely more terrifying than that of the blood demon. Bam! The God Emperor's projection fearlessly controlled the Azure Dragon Divine Spear and pierced the blood dragon's head. The blood dragon's body emitted a blood-red light, turning it into a blood-red pillar that blocked the attack of the Azure Dragon Divine Spear. Yi Fei's mind moved. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a blood dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out boundless blood-red light. The dragon claw swiped out, tearing a terrifying black hole in the void. Kill! Yi Fei's dragon body circled around like a blood-soaked battle dragon, fighting in all directions. His dragon claws turned into a terrifying sword light. He used the Taiji sword move with his dragon body. At this moment, the dragon claw turned into an indestructible sharp sword. With a boom, it pierced forward. Xuanwu armor. At this moment, the God Emperor's projection suddenly spoke. A voice that sounded both old and young came out of his mouth. A layer of terrifying armor appeared on the projection's body. It tried to block the descending sharp dragon claw. At this moment, Yi Fei's huge dragon eyes suddenly turned cold. Taiji yin-yang sword. Explode. Boom. Sword Chi soared into the sky like a tsunami in a nebula. It suddenly exploded, filling the sky with terrifying sword light and the shattered Xuanwu armor of the God Emperor's projection. Heavenly Dragon swallows the sun. The moment the God Emperor's defense was shattered, Yi Fei roared again. At this moment, he activated the other 7 heavenly dragons. A total of 8 heavenly dragons came from 8 different directions. They opened their mouths at the same time and spat out 8 terrifying beams of divine light. They wanted to destroy the God Emperor's projection completely. The shadow's mouth suddenly emitted a sharp cry. It was like an ancient, ferocious bird flapping a pair of flaming wings. In just a blink of an eye, the shadow had already turned into a fiery bird that could burn the sky, rushing up to the sky. Boom! The 8 heavenly dragons also spat out scorching suns from their mouths, instantly blasting the ball of fire into pieces. Boundless fiery light filled the sky like stars. In Yi Fei's eyes, these fiery light dots were like the flames of life that would never be extinguished. They burned wildly and then gathered together. Rising from the ashes, the voice that sounded both old and young came from the void once again. Then, the illusory figure of the god emperor walked out from the flames that filled the sky once again. This was a real martial emperor. The martial emperor, compared to these ancient martial emperors, the current martial emperors of the Tianwu continent were too weak. Yi Fei's face flashed with extreme depression. It's a pity that the blood demon did not complete the immemorial heaven skill. Otherwise, with the complete immemorial heaven skill, you would not have to wait for rising from the ashes. The power of the heavenly dragons would be able to destroy all the flames of life in an instant. Fight, the projection said. A strong fighting spirit and immense pressure appeared from his body. It felt as if the young divine Emperor Zhanwu had traveled through time and space to possess the projection of the martial emperor. Yi Fei was stunned. Then, he nodded vigorously. If you want to fight, I will fight. Then, Yi Fei and the god emperor's projection clashed again. 8 extreme heavenly dragons. White tiger divine fist. Blood demon territory. Black tortoise territory. Rumble. Yi Fei and the god emperor's projection clashed and separated. Then they clashed again and again. Suddenly, the god emperor's projection found a flaw in Yi Fei's defense. The white tiger divine fist exploded with boundless divine light. Kill. Chapter 1365. Killing a god emperor in anger. Heavens. That brat actually has a complete, immemorial, heavenly technique. He even grasped the complete domain. Seeing the two figures covered in light and clashing with each other like two gods, the large green rock suddenly felt its heart skip a beat. After all, its original intention was to send Yi Fei out as a plague. It did not really want him to pass the test and obtain divine Emperor Zhanwu's inheritance. However, this brat is too abnormal. How did he cultivate? In such a short time, he went from a newbie who did not even know how to use a domain to comprehending a complete domain. This brat is not human. He actually grasped a complete, immemorial heavenly technique. The large green rock wanted to cry, but had no tears. It suddenly felt like it had shot itself in the foot. If Yi Fei successfully passed the God Emperor's test, it would have to face that ferocious little girl again. Ever since Yi Fei was sent away, Xiao Qiao had been frantically stirring up spiritual herbs. Not only did they fill the sky, but they also filled the void with dense grass. Big Bluestone was also forced from the corner into a crack in the wall. It could be said that he was suffering unspeakably. If he didn't think of a way to force Yi Fei out of the shrine, there was a real possibility that Xiao Qiao would eat Big Bluestone like a steamed bun. Even if Xiao Qiao didn't do anything, Big Bluestone secretly observed that the big black turtle, which looked more like a dog's leg than a dog's leg, would definitely take the opportunity to eat it. The large green rock felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was so frightened that it broke out in cold sweat. No, I absolutely cannot let this brat pass the test. Today, Grandpa Stone might as well be shameless to the end. Seeing that Yi Fei was already in a stalemate with the God Emperor's illusory figure with the incomplete immemorial heavenly technique, the large green rock was completely terrified. It quickly and secretly adjusted the difficulty of the test. The God Emperor's illusory figure, who was fighting Yi Fei, suddenly roared. An aura even more terrifying than that of a martial monarch appeared on its body. At this moment, it actually revived on the spot and broke through to Quasi-Emperor. Yi Fei felt as if he could see 10,000 vicious beasts running past him. Damn, Big Bluestone, what do you mean? You followed the martial god before. How can you be so shameless? Do you believe that I won't tell everyone about you after I get out? Then, I'll join forces with the Quasi-Emperors of the Sacred Institute to tear down this true martial divine palace. This time, Yi Fei was really angry. The big green rock was too shameless, too shameless. It was constantly adjusting the difficulty. Not to mention him, even a Quasi-Emperor would vomit blood from anger if he came in. How was this a test? This was clearly a game. Of course, the large Bluestone would not admit that he was shameless. Instead, he tried his best to persuade Yi Qingyu. Little Yi, it wasn't Grandpa's intention to trick you. You might not know this, but the more difficult the God Emperor's test is, the greater the reward. Don't disappoint Grandpa. I have high hopes for you. Watch your ass. Yi Fei was so angry that he vomited blood. The opponent before him was a quasi-emperor, an ancient quasi-emperor, not to mention a mere martial sage like him. Even the 3 deans of the Sacred Institute would be defeated if they joined forces. He would not risk his life to fight an ancient quasi-emperor unless his brain was damaged. He quickly recalled the 7 heavenly dragons and formed a strong defense to protect himself. However, this was not enough. He slashed out 12 huge taiji sword diagrams, stacking them in front of him. Rumble. Another 12 sword mountains rose from the ground and formed a wall, forming the 3rd line of defense. Then, Yi Fei opened the purple gold taiji sword diagram, forming a dazzling ball of purple gold light to protect himself. The large green rock was dumbfounded. Is this kid a tortoise? His defense is even more terrifying than the God Emperor's when he was young. Even if he is not a peerless genius, he could be considered a top genius. Roar. Then the entire void was suddenly filled with the terrifying roars of dragons and tigers. Fight White Tiger Divine Fist, Azure Dragon Divine Spear. The God Emperor's apparition had an azure dragon in his left hand and a white tiger in his right. He had a pair of fiery wings on his back and was wearing a black armor. He was also in his battle form, armed to the teeth. Then, the God Emperor shouted coldly, and a terrifying spear radiance shot out. In an instant, it shattered all the taiji sword diagrams and sword mountains. Then, a terrifying divine fist formed a terrifying white tiger. The white tiger pounced forward, and the 7 heavenly dragons, including the blood dragon with a complete domain, were smashed to pieces. They could not resist for even a moment. This was the power of an ancient quasi-emperor. Even though Yi Fei also had the combat strength to fight against a quasi-emperor, he was shocked to find that all his defenses were so weak in front of the God Emperor's apparition. It is not that my martial arts are not strong enough, but the gap between our realms is too big. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with bitterness and indignation. Back in the Dragon Head realm, Defan had told him that even if he merged with the power of despair for the 5th time, he would still only be half a match for an exceptional genius. At that time, he was not convinced and did not have a direct understanding of an exceptional genius. It was only when he saw the apparition of God Emperor Zhenwu that he realized how terrifying a true exceptional genius was. Just half a God Emperor's apparition of an exceptional genius was enough to make him unable to fight back. If he was facing a true exceptional genius this time, the consequences of that would be absolutely devastating. Yi Fei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and admit defeat. The adjustment this time is too difficult. The challenger has to admit defeat first before I can send you out. Otherwise, you will die. The large green rock suddenly became nervous. It only wanted to chase Yi Fei out of the divine hall and did not want to kill Yi Fei. Hearing this, Yi Fei nodded and then shook his head. He thought to himself, even if the large green rock does not want to kill me, how can I back down so easily when faced with such an exhilarating battle? My martial path is one where there is no retreat. There is only death. If I take a step back, my corpse will turn to ashes. Only by taking a step forward can I become stronger. Undying Sword Soul slash. Boom. Seeing that even the last purple gold Tai Chi had been destroyed by the God Emperor's apparition, Yi Fei did not hesitate anymore. His eyes became crazed and determined. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura emerged from his body. That aura shocked and terrified the large green rock. Then it saw a dark golden destructive sword shadow appear in Yi Fei's hand. That sword shadow could destroy the heavens and the earth. Just 100,000th of its power was enough to instantly kill the green dragon, crush the white tiger, destroy the black tortoise's armor, and shatter the vermilion bird's fire wings. Soon after, the expression of the God Emperor's illusory figure turned to one of astonishment and bewilderment. The God Emperor's head rolled to Yi Fei's feet. How is this possible? The big green rock's voice was filled with shock. Before it realized it, its voice had already started to tremble. Yi Fei, you're not human. That was a god emperor. You actually killed a god emperor with a single slash. Chapter 1366. Rising Prices. I actually killed an emperor god? Yi Fei looked at the head that was rolling on the ground in shock. Although it was just an illusion of an emperor god, he had been warned by the large green rock. Yi Fei was shocked to find out that Emperor God Jinwu was in existence similar to the founder of the Sacred Academy. Yet, in a fit of rage, he actually slashed the Patriarch's phantom. Even if Yi Fei was bold enough, his face could not help but twitch a little. However, he still heaved a sigh of relief. This large green rock is not only despicable, it is also a scammer. I was almost cheated by it. When Yi Fei thought about the horrifying might of the quasi-emperor level deity Emperor image, he still felt a lingering fear. Then, a strong sense of weakness made Yi Fei feel weak all over. First, he had fought with the illusion of an emperor god and had used up a lot of his true origin. Then he had used the undying sword soul and had used up even more energy. Even though he had 8 primordial spirits, Yi Fei could not help but show a trace of exhaustion. Although the undying sword soul is powerful, at my current level, I will need to recuperate for at least a month or even longer after using it. This is too damaging to my spiritual soul. Yi Fei had decided that unless he was in a life or death situation, he would not use the undying sword soul. Although I can control the undying sword soul, its influence is too great. Once an enemy of the quasi-emperor level discovers it, it will bring me a lot of trouble. Yi Fei's heart was filled with vigilance. Back then, the blood demon would rather face the heavenly tribulation than leave his body, even when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The blood demon was still staking everything on one throw, wanting to possess his body. The reason was that the blood demon wanted the undying sword's soul too much. After all, it was a sword's soul passed down by the 9 Heavens Swordmaster. And the 9 Heavens was a world that was many levels higher than the Tianmu continent. It seems that if I want to use the undying sword soul openly, I will have to break through to the heavenly venerate level. Before that, I have to keep the secret of the sword soul a secret. At the thought of this, Yi Fei's eyes narrowed as he looked into the void. There was no sound in the void, but in a place where Yi Fei could not see, the big green rock was silent, guilty, and depressed. After a long while, the large blue stone opened its mouth with difficulty, and its voice sounded like it was about to cry. Little you know, Yi Fei, let's discuss this. What's there to discuss? 1,000 times, or you're finished. Yi Fei was fuming. If not for the fact that he had mastered the undying sword soul and had accumulated enough power during this period of time, he would have been utterly defeated by the god Emperor Shadow. Other than begging for mercy, only death awaited him. And once he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, the big green rock would definitely take advantage of his weakness and take advantage of him. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, black smoke billowed out of the large green rock. It immediately jumped out from its hiding place in the void. At the same time, it conjured a hand and pointed at Yi Fei's nose as it scolded. Yi Fei, you're too cruel. Do you know what I am? I'm a Tao Comprehension Stone. Can you find a second Tao Comprehension Stone in this world? Even God Emperor Zhen Wu had to beg me when he wanted to comprehend Tao. What do you think we Tao Comprehension Stones are? Broken stones on the ground that you can pick up and play with? The large green rock's voice was filled with grief and indignation. It pointed at Yi Fei with deep hatred and shouted, I was in true martial sacred hall. I ate well and lived well. Ever since you barged in like a bandit, I haven't had a single day of peace. You even dared to kill the god Emperor Shadow. Do you believe that I won't tell everyone about this? If you have the guts, go out and say it. Yi Fei raised his head. He was not particularly afraid. If the large green rock could go out, would he have waited until now? The large green rock did not dare to go out. It had no choice but to compromise. 1,000 times. You're asking for my life. I'll let you comprehend Tao 10 times at most. No more. 500 times. I can't go any lower. Yifei was no longer asking for an exorbitant price. He was asking for an exorbitant price. This is the only way to appease my anger. The large green rock was enraged. Your anger? Don't forget, if it weren't for me, would you be lucky enough to pass the God Emperor's test? It was so angry that its entire body emitted a green light. It was not angry, but regretful. If it had known that Yi Fei was hiding such a powerful weapon, the large green rock would have killed itself. It would not have initiated the God Emperor's test to make Yi Fei retreat. Yi Fei was even angrier. You still have the nerve to bring this up. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have been beaten to death when the God Emperor's shadow broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. 300 times. I really can't go any lower. What? 300 times? Do you know how much energy it takes me to comprehend Tao once? 10 times. I really can't go any higher. Young man, I'm already so old. I can't take it anymore. The large green rock was almost in tears. It was trying to play the emotional card. The large green rock had indeed used up a lot of energy to help him comprehend Tao. Even when it initiated the God Emperor's test, it did not harm him. It only wanted to chase him away. Yi Fei decided to be soft-hearted. He said in a low voice, 100 times. I definitely can't go any lower. No, it must be 10 times. I'm a noble Tao comprehension stone. In the ancient era, when those martial emperors and martial gods discovered me, they all worshipped me like I was their ancestor. They even said good things about me. Even so, I still have to like that person before I give him the opportunity to comprehend Tao. The large green rock's tone was arrogant. Even if it was 10 times, it was still because Yi Fei was lucky. After understanding what the large green rock was trying to say, Yi Fei felt as if a large group of vicious beasts had appeared in front of him. They roared and ran towards him. He suddenly felt unwell. Is there really no room for discussion? There is absolutely no room for discussion. The large green rock's tone was firm. Every Tao comprehension stone is noble. To comprehend Tao, one has to pay attention to fate. To comprehend Tao, a martial artist has to curry favor with us, please us, and serve us until we are satisfied. Do you think we are wipes that you can wipe as many times as you want? Yi Fei rolled his eyes. He showed no mercy. With just 2 words, he completely shattered the large green rock's nobility and pride. Xiao Qiao. He directly waved his hand at the green light that had already grown into this empty space. The large blue stone also discovered with horror that under the encirclement of the spiritual herbs all over the ground, there was no place for him to hide. In an instant, he was caught red-handed by Xiao Qiao. The large green rock immediately cried out, I've already surrendered. If it's 100 times, then it's 100 times. Little Yi, don't let her eat me. I'm not a steam bun. I don't taste good. No, the market has increased. You have to do it 200 times. Yi Fei immediately stretched out 2 fingers. What? There's a market for a chance to comprehend Tao? If the Tao comprehension stone could vomit blood, it would definitely vomit blood. What did Yi Fei take their noble Tao comprehension stones for? Were they ordinary jade stones in the secular world? How could the price increase? Chapter 1367. Joy in helping others. One more word and I'll do it 300 times. Yi Fei's words scared the big blue stone into trembling. His tone changed from arrogance to flattery, which was rare. The big blue stone said, flatteringly, 200 times it is. Who told me to dislike everyone except you? The more I look at you, the more I like you. After saying this, the big blue stone was disgusted. But when it saw spiritual herbs flying in from the void, the big blue stone was scared. All right, you said it. I'm not forcing you. Yi Fei knew when to stop. After all, he still needed to rely on the big blue stone to comprehend the Tao. He couldn't force the big blue stone into a corner. The big blue stone heaved a sigh of relief and said flatteringly, Who are you to me? I'm doing this of my own free will. But 200 times will cost me my life. Look, can we do it in installments? You can comprehend the Tao in installments. Yi Fei's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that this big blue stone was actually quite cunning. But what the big blue stone said made sense. Comprehending the Tao was an opportunity. To be able to successfully comprehend the Tao once every 10 years was a great opportunity for many warriors. It was enough to make them smile for 3 months. With my talent, even if I cultivate the primordial heaven technique, I can only comprehend the Tao 8 or 10 times at most. I'll definitely be able to find the drop of demon blood hidden in the blood demon's blood and completely refine it. Then I'll comprehend the technique hidden in it. The rest of the Tao comprehension is completely unnecessary and wasteful. But Yi Fei wasn't willing to just go around the big blue stone. After all, the opportunity to comprehend the Tao was comparable to a fortuitous encounter. It was rare to have 200 chances to comprehend the Tao. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Right? I can give the extra chances to comprehend the Tao to others if I can't use them. Xiajun, Lin Tianjiao, Little Fatty, Shanghua, and Guawan. I can even call them in and comprehend the Tao together. This way, we can all improve greatly. Yi Fei quickly came up with a good idea. They were all good brothers, so of course they had to share their blessings and endure their difficulties together. Moreover, even Xia Jun and the others couldn't possibly use up all 200 chances at once. There must be more than half of the chances left. We can't waste these opportunities. How about this? I can also call some disciples of the true martial sacred courtyard who have potential and let them comprehend the Tao. That way, the strength of the disciples of the sacred courtyard will increase tremendously. In any case, Yi Fei was a saint. While he was reaping benefits, he also felt a heavy responsibility. And this responsibility was that he had to lead the sacred court to rise again and become stronger. As a result, Yi Fei continued to ponder, trying to maximize the value of the large blue stone until he could squeeze it dry. When the large blue stone heard that Yi Fei was not only going to use it for himself, but also for his good brothers and sisters, and possibly a large group of people to take turns using it, the large blue stone immediately saw thunder rumbling in the void. The large blue stone was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The large blue stone cried on the spot. It rolled to Yi Fei's feet and cried, "Uncle, I'll call you uncle. Kid, are you trying to play me to death? It's not enough for you to comprehend the Tao, and you want others to comprehend the Tao with you. You promised that you wouldn't tell anyone about my existence." The large blue stone cried. After all, it already had spiritual intelligence and could cultivate. Of course, it wouldn't tolerate others using it like a tool. Yi Fei also understood the large blue stone's feelings. However, when he thought about the strength of the sacred court, he knew that he couldn't do it alone. He needed many people to work together to restore the true martial sacred court to its former glory. This was also a responsibility that he couldn't escape from as a saint. Don't worry, large blue stone. The people I called in are all absolutely reliable. They definitely won't tell anyone about you. Besides, you don't have to show up and secretly help them comprehend the Tao. Yi Fei began to earnestly persuade the large blue stone. Let me think about it for a while. The large blue stone was very reluctant. In ancient times, the large blue stone was a Tao enlightening stone. Which one of them wasn't treated like a master? Even so, they had to find the person pleasing to the eye to give them a chance to comprehend the Tao. Now, Yi Fei actually wanted to use it like a rag. The large blue stone felt that its noble status had been humiliated to a certain extent. Of course, it wouldn't agree. In this regard, Yi Fei wasn't anxious. He just waved at the spiritual grass in the void and said, "I'll leave this rock to you." "No, I don't taste good." The large blue stone jumped up in fright. Its tone immediately softened as it said, "Young man, how can you be so anxious? Isn't it just helping your friends comprehend the Tao? Leave it to me. I'm not forcing you." Yi Fei had an honest look on his face. "I'm happy to help others." The large blue stone laughed dryly. "However, it's limited to 200 times. They are also not allowed to tell anyone about the sacred hall." The large blue stone's tone suddenly became serious. "Don't worry. I'll make everyone who comes and take a heaven path blood oath." Yi Fei's expression also became serious. The Heaven Path Blood Oath was the highest oath under the Heaven Path. As long as the martial artist couldn't break through to the martial emperor realm, they couldn't break the oath. This was the most binding oath between martial artists. The large bluestone was relieved when it heard Yi Fei's guarantee. Then, the large bluestone released the seal in the void and brought Yi Fei out of the training space. They returned to the true martial sacred hall. As soon as they were teleported out, Yi Fei saw Xiao Chao pouncing on him with sparkling eyes. He even bared his white canine teeth. However, the large bluestone saw those canine teeth glinting coldly and sending chills down his spine. What made the large bluestone even more terrified was that the dragon turtle, who was not far away, had already set up a big black pot and was spitting out dragon flames. The pot was sizzling with boiling oil. The large bluestone was scared out of his wits. Without another word, he suddenly spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the ground. The solid floor of the sacred hall was melted into a pile of mud. Then, the large bluestone rolled into the pile of mud and made himself dirty. Lying in the mud, he looked at them eagerly and shouted, "If you're not afraid of being disgusted, come and eat me." The corners of Yi Fei's and Xiao Chao's mouths twitched violently. Seeing the dirty large bluestone, Xiao Chao immediately lost his desire to rush over. He stopped in his tracks and no longer paid attention to the large bluestone. Only the dragon turtle refused to give up. It quickly swept over a mountain of water from afar, wanting to wash the large bluestone clean and continue frying it. The large bluestone clearly didn't expect the dragon turtle to be even more shameless than it was. It was so angry that a black column of smoke rose from its body. "Little Yi, you can't burn the bridge before crossing it." The large bluestone shouted helplessly. "If you want me to help you, sure. Where's the key to open the Sage Tower? Hand it to me, and I won't make things difficult for you." Yi Fei struck while the iron was hot and continued to interrogate. The large bluestone immediately cried out, "What? You barged in here this time not to look for me, but to look for that key? Am I stupid? You should have said that you wanted that lousy key, and I would have just given it to you." Chapter 1368. Dragon Veins of the 10 Nations. If I knew you guys were really here to look for the key, why would I hide? Why would I activate the Divine Emperor's test? The large bluestone choked with sobs. It was so regretful that a layer of green moss had appeared on its entire rock. This made Xiao Chao even more reluctant to eat it. Only the dragon turtle was still unwilling to give up. Not only was its entire body close to the large green rock, its shifty eyes were also constantly roaming around the large green rock, waiting for the large green rock to make Yi Fei unhappy. Then, it would take the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and taste the Tao Comprehension Stone. The large blue stone was very obedient this time. It quickly opened the shrine's restrictions and summoned a white dragon tooth from inside. It floated in front of Yi Fei. "Kid, this is the key. It fell in here for no reason and even hit me." The large blue stone clearly had a strong grudge against this key. Little did it know that in order to find the dragon tooth, the sacred court had reopened the Tower of Sages and searched frantically for the dragon tooth. In the end, the dragon tooth had been hidden away by the giant blue stone. It was no wonder that so many disciples from the Hall of Gods had failed to find the key. If not for the fact that Yi Fei had accidentally passed the Divine Emperor's test, and that Xiao Chao happened to be the large blue stone's nemesis, the large blue stone would definitely not have handed it over so obediently. In order to quickly send these gods of plague away, after handing over the dragon tooth, the large blue stone urged Yi Fei enthusiastically, "Kid, you've got the key. We'll help you activate the opportunity for enlightenment now. 1 time, 10 times, no, 20 times. Do you think that's enough?" Faced with the large blue stone's good behavior, the dragon turtle suddenly appeared very disappointed. It finally stopped leaning against the large blue stone and crawled to the side. It extinguished the dragon flames, poured away the boiling oil, and put away the black pot again. Yi Fei did not immediately start the enlightenment. He let the dragon turtle bring Xiao Chao to play in the bamboo forest. Then, Yifei took out the sage's tower. Boom! The dragon tooth that was still floating in the air suddenly turned into a white light and automatically rushed into the sage's tower. Immediately, Yifei sensed that the sage's tower in his hand was no longer sealed. Inside, a huge space had appeared. This space was filled with majestic dragon qi fluctuations. Yifei sent his consciousness into the space within the sage's tower, and he saw a massive origin energy dragon slowly awakening from its slumber within the sage's tower. It was an incomparably huge dragon vein. Furthermore, this dragon vein was 10 times larger than the one that Yifei had seen in the Snow Wind Empire. The third principle once said that the last holy son was the crown prince of a country. Later on, his country was annihilated by an enemy country. After that holy son achieved great success in his cultivation, he led the Holy Sun Tower to annihilate 10 countries in a row to avenge his country. The dragon vein in the Holy Sun Tower should be formed from the dragon veins of those 10 countries. Yifei was inwardly shocked. Just the dragon vein alone was enough to show the immense value of the Saint Tower. Moreover, there was more than just a dragon vein inside. Under the dragon vein, he also saw dozens of dried up or destroyed spirit veins. He also saw a huge palm print on one of the spirit veins. Even now, it still emitted an indescribable might. The destruction of these spirit veins should be caused by the battle between the former Holy Sun and the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. This former Holy Sun must have wanted to draw the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor into the Sage's Tower and then use the spirit veins and dragon veins here to fight against the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. In the end, all his efforts were in vain. Not only did he die, even the Sage's Tower was almost taken away by the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. From this, Yifei could deduce that the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor was an extremely talented person. Even if he wasn't a peerless genius, he was definitely a top-notch genius. Otherwise, those Quasi-Emperor clans wouldn't have supported the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor and betrayed the true martial sacred academy. Thinking of this, Yifei suddenly became vigilant. There hasn't been a holy sun in the true martial sacred academy for the past few hundred years. Firstly, the Sage's Tower couldn't be opened. Secondly, the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor used the Divine Martial Sacred Academy to suppress the True Martial Sacred Academy. So the True Martial Sacred Academy didn't have the time to nurture a qualified Holy Sun. Now that I've become a Holy Sun, it's hard to guarantee that I won't attract the attention of the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. I have to raise my strength as soon as possible. Yifei closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the Sage's Tower. With the dragon tooth in hand, he was now the new master of the Sage's Tower. Soon, he comprehended one of the mysteries of the Sage's Tower. Yifei was pleasantly surprised. The third principle was right. The Sage's Tower can indeed collect spirit veins. Moreover, the more spirit veins you collect, the greater the effect of the Sage's Tower on your cultivation. Moreover, the Sage's Tower had a hidden function. If a Holy Sun could collect 100 spirit veins and integrate them into the Sage's Tower, then the spirit qi in the Sage's Tower would become a spirit river. It was exactly the same as the spirit river in the Dark Azura Hall, but the scale was different. Similarly, the spirit river in the Dark Azura Hall was used by countless disciples and quasi-emperors to cultivate. However, the spirit river in the Sage's Tower belonged to Yifei alone. As long as I collect 100 spirit veins, it will become a spirit river. Moreover, the spirit qi in the spirit river is endless. In other words, as long as I collect 100 spirit veins, I won't have to worry about spirit stones for cultivation in the future. Xiao Qiao and the dragon tortoise will not only be able to eat their fill, but they can also use the spirit river to cultivate at any time. Yifei's expression became more and more excited. He felt that what he was holding in his hand was no longer the Sage's Tower, but a complete spirit river, one that was exactly the same as the one in the Dark Azura Hall. This was the foundation of the true martial sacred academy. Only the true martial sacred academy that had reopened the Sage's Tower could be considered to have truly risen. However, how difficult is it to collect 100 spirit veins? Unless I dare to enter the ancestral dragon's abyss and fight for the spirit veins with the quasi-emperors inside. After his excitement, Yi Fei quickly calmed down. He was a rational person. Rather than placing his hopes in the future, he was more looking forward to the present. Even if the spirit veins in the Sage's Tower are destroyed, the dragon vein is still relatively intact. Using this dragon vein, I will still be able to make a huge breakthrough. Strictly speaking, dragon veins were also a type of spirit vein. However, dragon veins contained the fate of a nation and were even rarer than spirit veins. The dragon vein in the Sage's Tower was a super dragon vein formed from the fusion of 10 empires that the previous sages had destroyed. The dragon chi contained within it was even more shocking. This dragon chi will definitely allow me to cultivate the primordial heaven technique more smoothly. Big green rock coming quickly. I want to comprehend the Tao now. In the real world, Yi Fei opened his eyes and said to the big green rock. The big green rock nodded, and with a whoosh, it flew into the Sage's Tower. After that, Yi Fei also activated the restrictions of the Sage's Tower. His body rapidly shrank, and in the end, he turned into a ball of light and flew in. Xiao Qiao was stunned when he saw this scene. The dragon tortoise also looked at the Sage's Tower in shock. Then, its eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1369. Octopole Dragon Lock Roar. Within the Sage's Tower, the Origin Chi dragon let out a roar filled with anger and a hint of sweetness. In the end, it turned into surging dragon chi and dissipated. What a pity for this big guy. If it had been given another 1,000 years, it might have gained sentience and not just instincts. The big bluestone's tone was a little sad. It knew that if it didn't perform well, Yi Fei might really fry it and eat it. It was rare for the big bluestone to work hard. Just as Yi Fei dissipated the Origin Chi dragon and began to absorb the dragon chi to cultivate, a clear light appeared on the big bluestone's body and enveloped Yi Fei. Under the effect of the clear light, Yi Fei's speed of absorbing the dragon chi became even faster. At the same time, he soon forgot about everything and entered a miraculous state of enlightenment. There were long and short periods of enlightenment. If one was lucky, it could last for a few days or even a few months. If one was unlucky, it could last for a few hours or even shorter. At times like this, the importance of the Enlightenment Stone was demonstrated. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as one had the Enlightenment Stone, it could last for a few years or even 100 years, let alone a few months. In the ancient era, the appearance of Enlightenment Stone could even trigger a world-shaking battle between martial gods. This was what made the big blue stone the most upset. In the ancient era, it was the boss. However, in front of Yi Fei, it felt like it had mistakenly become a lackey. Helplessly, considering Xiao Qiao and the dragon tortoise's appetite, the big blue stone could only work hard no matter how upset it was. It could only try its best to let Yi Fei's enlightenment last as long as possible. With the help of Enlightenment Stone, Yi Fei didn't have to worry about suddenly waking up and causing his enlightenment to be interrupted. This also gave him enough time to immerse himself in searching for the drop of demon blood left in his body by the blood demon. It was also the source of the blood demon's power and the place where the blood demon stored the complete primordial heavenly technique. Yi Fei's consciousness began to flow slowly through his body along the blood, entering every tiny part of his blood. Then, he sensed that there was a floating black lotus somewhere in his blood. Black lotus. It's actually a black lotus again. Yi Fei felt a headache whenever he saw the black lotus. If not for the fact that he was certain that the Bloodseeker's consciousness had long been blasted into smoke by the heavenly tribulation, he would have thought that the Bloodseeker had been revived in his body. However, it was different this time. The black lotus did not have any demonic nature. When sensed Yi Fei's aura, the black lotus even emitted a kind of amiable aura. Yi Fei's heart moved. He suddenly remembered that when the blood demon had taken over his body, It had changed his bloodline, giving him a special demon god bloodline. Could it be that this black lotus is the manifestation of my special bloodline? Yi Fei was secretly shocked. Every unique bloodline had its own unique phenomenon. Some bloodlines could form great power, such as Zhao Yu's ice and fire power. Some bloodlines could form all kinds of miraculous secret arts, such as the blood ignition bloodline, which could burn the opponent's blood. Some bloodlines could be manifested into specific weapons. For example, the fate wheel of legalism could turn one's bloodline into a powerful weapon. Some bloodlines had all kinds of special abilities. For example, the Master of Fortune's special bloodline. Although it was not strong, it gave him a special ability to predict good or bad luck. The black lotus in front of him was very likely a special phenomenon of the demon god bloodline. I wonder what this black lotus can do. Yi Fei observed carefully. In the end, he decided to let his consciousness control the black lotus. At this moment, the black lotus immediately turned into a strange whirlpool and quickly sucked Yi Fei's consciousness in. All of a sudden, Yi Fei seemed to have entered an extremely grand palace. The palace was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and there were countless demon gods standing around. These demon gods all exuded the majesty of a martial emperor. At this moment, they were kneeling in front of a throne in the depths of the palace. On the throne sat a black figure whose face could not be seen clearly. On both sides of the black figure were two martial emperors with fierce masks. One had a golden body and silver wings, and the other had 3 heads and 6 arms. It's the blood demon. He's this existence's subordinate. This person is the great demon lord that the blood demon spoke of, a true martial god. Yi Fei's consciousness stirred up a slight fluctuation. This fluctuation was quickly noticed by that existence. On the dark throne, the great demon lord looked at Yi Fei in confusion. This glance made Yi Fei feel a piercing pain in his soul, as if it was being torn apart. Then, the scene changed. He was no longer in the palace, but a huge mural. On the mural, 8 flying dragons were carved. They kept moving as if they were about to fly out of the mural. However, in the middle of the mural, there was a firm 8 trigrams diagram that bound the heavenly dragons like chains, trapping the 8 heavenly dragons. 8 extreme dragon lock. This is the 8 extreme dragons, the specific origin of this immemorial heaven art. If you want to learn this immemorial heaven art, learning the 8-division heavenly dragon golden body is secondary. The key is to comprehend this mural. This mural is the specific cultivation method of this immemorial heaven art. Yi Fei stared at the painting in shock. This was originally a memory left behind by the blood demon in the Black Lotus. However, the blood demon had used some unknown divine ability to make this memory incomparably real. It was as though Yi Fei was standing before the mural at this moment, comprehending the heavenly dragon on it and the strange octagonal diagram that was both familiar and strange. At the same time, every time Yi Fei comprehended a dragon and looked at its different posture, a terrifying rumble would come from his body. By the time Zhang Xian finished comprehending the 8 heavenly dragons, 8 terrifying heavenly dragons had already materialized behind him. They raised their heads and roared in the sky of the Sage Tower. The 8 dragons on the mural also raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their roars were very ancient and mysterious. They formed 8 mysterious messages. Yi Fei couldn't understand what these dragon roars meant, but he could feel that his soul was rapidly weakening under the dragon roars. If it weren't for the 125 gods sitting cross-legged in his soul, refining his soul, the dragon roars would have been enough. The roars of the dragons could instantly shatter Yi Fei's soul and scatter his soul. Comprehending the immemorial heaven art is actually so dangerous. Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood why the blood demon had spent tens of thousands of years comprehending the immemorial heaven art before starting to cultivate it. Then his vision blurred. After all, he wasn't a martial emperor, nor was he a martial god. Even if he was comprehending the immemorial heaven art, the information he could comprehend was pitifully little. Am I going to miss out on the immemorial heaven art just like that? Yi Fei was very unwilling to accept this. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, but unfortunately, his vision was still blurry. Even the roar of the heavenly dragon seemed to want to drive him out of his epiphany and out of this memory. At this moment, the large green rock suddenly screamed. Chapter 1370. Heavenly Art of Epiphany. Brat Yi, wake up quickly. The large bluestone's voice turned into a strange heavenly Tao sound that sank into Yi Fei's soul. Hearing this voice, Yi Fei did not wake up from his enlightenment. His consciousness became incomparably firm as he said in a low voice, "I can't wake up. The blood demon only has one memory. If I miss it, I won't be able to comprehend the complete primordial heavenly art." Large bluestone continued to increase the power of enlightenment. "I don't believe that I can't comprehend this primordial heavenly art when I can walk the path of despair. The rumors are true. Those who dare to walk the path of despair are either idiots or madmen. I'm so pitiful." The large bluestone cried out even louder. It wanted to leave Yi Fei alone, but it was also afraid that something would happen to Yi Fei. Xiao Qiao directly fried it. Left with no choice, the large bluestone could only hold back its tears and release even more power of enlightenment into Yi Fei's soul. This is a big loss. The energy used to help this brat comprehend once is enough for someone else to comprehend 30 or 40 times. Brat, if you still can't comprehend the primordial heavenly art, then I can't help you anymore. The large bluestone reminded him one last time. Clearly, increasing the power of enlightenment by 30 or 40 times was also a kind of limit for the large bluestone. However, relying on the large bluestone's power, Yi Fei was able to clearly see the gradually blurring mural again. On it, a heavenly dragon roared angrily, and there were also 8 blurry symbols that emitted a golden light that pierced his soul. However, Yi Fei gritted his teeth. He did not care about the damage the primordial heavenly art was doing to his soul. He only opened his eyes wide and imprinted every line and every detail of the mural into his mind. Then, he fused them into the depths of his soul. Roar! The first heavenly dragon was quickly imprinted in his mind and let out a majestic dragon roar. Soon, the second heavenly dragon's figure also gradually became clearer. At the same time, a mysterious message began to appear before his eyes. The blood demon is right. The 8-division heavenly dragon was indeed not created by the Buddhist sect. Instead, it came from a part of an immemorial heavenly technique. Back then, there must have been a Buddhist expert like the blood demon who had observed this mural at close range and comprehended the mysteries of the golden body of the heavenly dragon from it. On the other hand, the blood demon was the exact opposite. This demonic god did not comprehend the heavenly dragon golden body, but only vaguely understood the profound meaning of the 8 extremities on the mural. Then, the two combined to form the complete primordial heaven art. However, the blood demon and the Buddhist expert both had one regret, and that was that they had only seen a portion of the primordial heaven art. None of them had obtained a complete primordial heavenly art. Now, what I need to do is return to the origin and use the complete memories left behind by the blood demon and the black lotus to comprehend the true ancient heavenly art. Yi Fei's eyes flickered with a hint of realization. His talent was not as great as the peerless genius, and his bloodline was most likely weaker than the peerless genius too. However, he had an advantage that the peerless genius did not have, which was his unlimited comprehension. As long as the sword spirit exists, my comprehension ability will increase without limit. Even an immemorial heaven art won't be able to stop me from comprehending it. Boom! As if it had sensed Yi Fei's will, the undying sword's spirit trembled. It suddenly turned into a dark golden light and merged with Yi Fei's consciousness. Yi Fei was instantly moved. His comprehension ability was rapidly increasing. In his mind, all the immemorial heaven art that he had mastered the method to cultivate the 8-division heavenly dragon golden body, and the various methods that the blood demon had used to refine the golden body of the heavenly dragon golden body. Then, it resonated with the 8 extremities dragon locking diagram in the mural, discarding the dross and preserving the essence. Gradually, what appeared before Yi Fei's eyes were no longer 8 heavenly dragons, but 8 blurry symbols. Clearly, Yi Fei had finally reached the same level as the blood demon and completed the process of fusing the 8-division heavenly dragon locking diagram with the 8 extremities dragon locking diagram. A look of realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. The 8 extremities dragon locking diagram doesn't lock the heavenly dragons, but 8 different types of power. However, comprehending these powers and condensing them into a special power rune would form a complete immemorial heaven art. Understanding was one thing, but comprehending the symbols on it was too difficult. Without any guidance, the blood demon, who was a martial emperor, had spent tens of thousands of years to barely comprehend a complete symbol. However, before the blood demon could fuse this complete power rune into the heavenly dragons, Lu Rufeng and the other 3 had suddenly attacked and ruined the blood demon's efforts. However, this isn't difficult for me. The reason the blood demon spent tens of thousands of years to comprehend a symbol was because he hadn't seen the complete 8 diagrams. If the 8 extremities diagram before me is really the 8 diagrams that I have guessed, then I don't need to comprehend it at all. This is because the diagram of the 8 diagrams already exists in my mind. This was like a test. The heavenly dragon golden body and the 8 extremities diagram were the questions of the test, and the 8 different types of power runes were the answers to the test. If the 8 extremities diagram was really the 8 diagrams of the future, as Yi Fei had guessed, then he wouldn't need to waste any effort to solve these difficult questions. He would already have the standard answers in his hands. As for whether it was true or not, he would know after trying. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with anticipation and nervousness. Then, his gaze became resolute. In his mind, he began to try to condense the 8 heavenly dragons into 8 special symbols. Qian Kuan, Zhen Diwei, 8 types of runes representing 8 different types of power. Yi Fei muttered to himself. A complete 8 diagrams slowly formed in his mind. The instant the 8 diagrams were formed, the 8 extremities dragon lock diagram before his eyes suddenly became clear. It gradually became blurry, then gradually became clear again. What finally appeared was no longer the heavenly dragons or the 8 extremities diagram. Shockingly, a clear and complete 8 diagrams suddenly flew out from the mural and turned into a golden ball of light that entered Yi Fei's mind. He immediately felt that there was a lot of information in his mind. This information was the complete cultivation technique of the primordial heaven art. Success. The 8 extremities diagram is indeed the 8 diagrams. I have succeeded in comprehending the primordial heaven art. Furthermore, I have surpassed the blood demon and that Buddhist expert. Yi Fei's face was filled with excitement and shock. It wasn't until he completely comprehended this heaven art that he realized how terrifying this martial art was. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a primordial heaven art, but a heavenly venerate martial art. A complete heavenly venerate martial art didn't incorporate 8 types of domains, but 8 types of nomological laws. The heavenly dragon's 8 extremities diagram was only the basic technique of this heavenly venerate martial art. Martial emperors control domains, martial gods control worlds, and supremes control nomological laws. I didn't expect this to be a complete heavenly venerate martial art. No wonder the blood demon couldn't comprehend it after studying it for tens of thousands of years. Yi Fei secretly felt lucky. Chapter 1371. True Martial Inheritance. The blood demon's atavistic heaven art is fundamentally wrong. As a matter of fact, when he merged his domain with the blood dragon, he had already reached the final step of the atavistic heaven art. Now, he only needs to refine the blood dragon with the domain into a special symbol, the 8 extremities of the heavenly dragon. Then he will have succeeded in the initial stage of the atavistic heaven art. Suddenly, Yi Fei came to his senses. With a thought, 8 golden dragons appeared behind him. One of them was golden with a hint of blood. It was the blood dragon that the blood demon had successfully refined. It had already reached the final step of the atavistic heaven art. All that was left was to refine the blood dragon into a symbol. That being said, the symbol was not to be refined randomly. It had to correspond with the symbols of the 8 extremities of the heavenly dragon to form a special pattern. Only then would the atavistic heaven art be considered a success. Once he turned the domain of power formed by the symbol into a world of power, and then the world of power into a real rule of power, the atavistic heaven art would evolve into a real Heaven Highness martial art, a martial art that only Heaven Highnesses could practice. Having this thought, Yi Fei's eyes burned with passion. However, he soon suppressed it and began to refine the unique blood dragon with the domain in a serious manner. He first used his blood to refine the unique symbols. He then tried to refine the symbols one by one on the blood dragon. Finally, when he tried to refine the 4th symbol, which was one of the symbols of the 8 extremities of the heavenly dragon, the blood dragon suddenly emitted a blinding crimson glow. It's a success. This blood dragon corresponds to the koan of the 8 extremities of the heavenly dragon. Yi Fei's eyes flickered with joy. It represented the power of the earth. Of course, to some extent, it could also represent hell. If I can rank up to the martial god realm and turn my domain into a world of hell, my world will be the world of hell. Yi Fei's heart was filled with excitement. Following this, a boundless despair force surged into the blood dragon like a tide. At this moment, it was as if he had become the blood dragon. Under the influence of the power of despair, the blood dragon's figure gradually shrank and faded. In the end, Yi Fei's will and the power of the Archean heaven art caused the blood dragon to vanish. What appeared behind Yi Fei was no longer the 8 tribes' heavenly dragon, but 8 illusory worlds. After that, Yi Fei began to attempt to truly activate this primordial heavenly art. The 8 worlds that appeared behind him also spun rapidly. They were like 8 blurry stars that condensed behind Yi Fei. After that, one of the blood-red stars became exceptionally dazzling. The star turned into a mysterious rune of power that fell into Yi Fei's hand. It quickly transformed into a blood dragon and a terrifying domain filled with the aura of blood. Blood Demon Domain. 12 demons slash. Bang! Yi Fei rose to his feet. His demon god blood was burning. An illusionary figure of a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The demon god was holding 12 terrifying blood sabers, as if the blood demon had come back to life. However, under Yi Fei's will, the 12 blood sabers turned into 12 blood-imbibing swords that slashed forward, leaving a huge hole in the sky. 12 demons slash. I've secretly learned it when the blood demon was controlling my body. However, I'm not a demon god, nor do I have the blood demon domain, thus I can't execute it. I didn't expect that after mastering the Archean heaven art, not only have I completely merged with the blood demon domain, I can even execute the demon god martial arts. Yi Fei even suspected that if he wanted to, he could become a true demon god like the blood ancestor. After all, when the blood demon had merged with his blood, it had unintentionally enhanced Yi Fei's bloodline. Now, the blood flowing in Yi Fei's body was the demon god blood. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. A special black lotus appeared beneath his feet. Up until now, he still had no idea what this black lotus was used for. However, there was no doubt that this black lotus was the manifestation of his demon god bloodline. What a freak. Wasn't this kid abandoned by the heavens? Where did he get this special bloodline from? The most ridiculous thing is that he actually mastered the Archean heaven art in such a short time. The large green rock said in shock. Why? Is it that difficult to comprehend the Archean heaven art? Yi Fei asked in surprise. The large green rock felt uncomfortable. The true martial form manifestations is the Archean heaven art. Although it's not complete, it took Divine Emperor True Marshal 100 years to comprehend it. You only took a few months to comprehend it, and you even mastered it. How did you do it? It was really curious. Maybe I'm too outstanding. Yi Fei blushed. He couldn't possibly say that he knew the gossip in advance, which was equivalent to cheating. Hypocrite, the large green rock scolded. Yi Fei blushed and retorted, "You're just jealous of my excellence. I remember that I passed the Divine Emperor's test. Then shouldn't you hand over the inheritance of Divine Emperor True Marshal to me?" The large green rock was stunned. It felt even worse as it muttered, "Kid, you win. You want the Divine Emperor's inheritance, right? But you only have one chance. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your luck." The large green rock wasn't convinced. Its intuition told it that Yi Fei must have cheated, but it couldn't figure out how Yi Fei had cheated. It could only stare at Yi Fei's every move. At the same time, it viciously activated the final restriction of the sacred hall. Suddenly, Yi Fei's figure disappeared from the sacred hall again. Then, he seemed to have entered a magical space-time. This space-time brought him to a magnificent palace. That palace was the true martial sacred hall now. Above the sacred hall, an imposing figure sat cross-legged in the void. "Greetings, Divine Emperor." Yi Fei felt a little guilty. After all, Qin Wentian was the ancestor of the Sacred Academy. What was even more frightening was that he had once severed the head of an ancient god emperor. Although that was only an illusory image of the ancient god emperor, Yi Fei still felt a little awkward. "Sit. There's no need to stand on ceremony in front of me." Divine Emperor True Marshal seemed to have known that Yi Fei would come. Or perhaps this was only an illusion left behind by the Divine Emperor. It was very magical. At the same time, the Divine Emperor didn't even turn around to look at Yi Fei. Instead, he turned his back to Yi Fei and started to explain the 3 chapters of True Martial. Yi Fei didn't care about this. After experiencing the danger in Blood Demon's memory, he already knew how terrifying the power of the martial god was. Perhaps a casual glance from a martial god could scare a low-level warrior out of his wits. Obviously, Divine Emperor True Marshal had considered that the future inheritors might not be strong enough to withstand the power of the martial god. Therefore, he deliberately sat with his back to Yi Fei. Then, Divine Emperor True Marshal started to explain. However, he wasn't talking about the Returning to Truth manual or the Divine Punishment manual that Yi Fei had expected. He was talking about the most profound True Martial chapter. Yi Fei felt that it was strange. After a while, he realized that it might have something to do with the difficulty level he had passed. If he passed the normal difficulty level, he would get the Returning to Truth manual. If he passed the difficult level, he would get the Divine Punishment manual. Only if he passed the super difficult level could he get the True Martial chapter. After all, the Returning to Truth manual and the Divine Punishment manual were Divine Emperor True Marshal's early Tao. As for the True Martial chapter, it was the martial Tao that Divine Emperor True Marshal had reorganized in his later years. If the Divine Punishment manual is Divine Emperor True Marshal's Tao of the Martial Emperor, then the True Martial chapter is undoubtedly the Tao of the martial god. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 1372. Goddess Lu Qing. The group was composed of handsome men and beautiful women. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the small world, they attracted the attention of countless people. However, when the disciples of the True Martial Sacred Academy saw their clothes, their expressions changed. "They're from the Divine Martial Sacred Academy," a disciple exclaimed. "That's right, we're from the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. I heard that the True Martial Sacred Academy has a bullshit saint called Yi Fei. Tell him to come out and greet the saintess of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, Senior Sister Lu Qing." An arrogant young man walked out of the group of well-dressed men. Some disciples of the True Martial Sacred Academy recognized him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, that's Lu Feng, the #1 heaven-ranked disciple of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy." Not only Lu Feng, but also Feng Ji, Chu Feng, They're all heaven-ranked disciples of the divine, martial, sacred academy. At this moment, a prince of the true martial sacred academy came back from training outside. When he saw the group of people standing outside the small world, he couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, the disciples of the true martial sacred academy all gasped. One had to know that because of the strength of the divine martial sacred academy, the top 10 heaven-ranked disciples of the divine martial sacred academy had the strength of a prospective saint. The top 5 were no different from the saints of the other academies. In the end, many people couldn't help but look at a quiet woman. That woman was dressed in blue and was very quiet. There was no fluctuation of chi on her body. She was like a beautiful scenery. Even if she was standing quietly in the sky, people couldn't help but be intoxicated by her. They couldn't extricate themselves. A female disciple of the divine martial sacred academy noticed these infatuated gazes. She immediately sneered and said sarcastically, "A bunch of toads." The disciples finally came to a realization, and their faces turned red. Lu Qing awkwardly shifted her gaze away. She was still very quiet. Apart from martial arts, there was nothing in this world that could arouse her interest. Her gaze was very calm as she looked ahead. "I'm looking for Yi Fei," said Lu Qing indifferently. It wasn't an order, but nobody could resist. They were the holy virgins of the divine martial sacred courtyard. The only holy virgins of the divine martial sacred courtyard. Even the saints had to lower their heads when they saw her. In fact, Lu Qing wasn't just a saintess in the divine martial sacred academy. Many people considered her a goddess in private. This was also the reason why a large group of Heaven Stage disciples immediately followed Lu Qing when they heard that he was coming to the true martial sacred courtyard. In the face of Lu Qing's visit, the many disciples of the real martial sacred courtyard didn't dare to speak. The status of the two sides was too unequal. It was the heavenly emperor who came back to his senses. He hurriedly ran into the small world and reported the news to the martial emperors and instructors of the Holy Institute. Only then did the half-emperor instructors come out of the small world helplessly. "Everyone, I'm really sorry. Yi Fei is currently in closed-door cultivation. Please return." The person who came out was Zhou Xiaoyu. Not only was she a mentor, but she was also once the #1 in the Heaven Stage. Only she had the confidence to face Lu Qing. "He's in closed-door cultivation?" Lu Qing frowned slightly. Lu Fang noticed her unhappiness. Facing a half-emperor instructor, he didn't have much scruples. He directly mocked her. "Is he in closed-door cultivation? I think Yi Fei isn't afraid of our goddess, so he's purposely hiding. He doesn't dare to show his face, right?" Ha ha ha. A group of disciples of the divine martial sacred courtyard sneered. Lu Qing frowned even more. She felt that these words were inappropriate, so she raised her hand and stopped Lu Fang from mocking her. "It doesn't matter if your saint isn't here, but since I'm here, if I don't do anything, I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather. Who dares to fight with me in the true martial sacred courtyard?" Lu Qing, who was quiet, suddenly emitted a strong battle intent. This battle intent formed an invisible pressure that made the expressions of many disciples of the Holy Institute who came after hearing the news change. This goddess called Lu Qing is so strong. A Heaven Stage disciple saw something from Lu Qing's aura. Their expressions immediately changed. No Heaven Stage disciple dared to accept the challenge. After all, the emperors of the true martial sacred courtyard were much weaker than the emperors of the other sacred courtyards. As the granddaughter of Tianfa, quasi-emperor, the divine martial sacred courtyard was recognized as the goddess. Even the saints of the other 3 sacred courtyards didn't dare to say that they were her match. "I'll do it." Zhou Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Although she was an instructor, her cultivation had been suppressed to the half-emperor realm. It wasn't considered bullying. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyu's appearance, many disciples heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this was the real martial sacred courtyard. If they were attacked and no one dared to fight, it would undoubtedly be a serious blow to the reputation of the real martial sacred courtyard. Zhou Xiaoyu also saw this. Knowing that the disciples weren't her match, As an instructor, she had to step forward to protect the reputation of the sacred courtyard. Zhou Xiaoyu, Lu Qing. The two looked at each other. Then Zhou Xiaoyu suddenly attacked first, as if she'd found a flaw in Lu Qing's defense. A dragon roar came from the sky. Azure Dragon Prison. Boom! The giant azure dragon waved its dragon claw and quickly clawed at Lu Qing's body. Lu Qing didn't say anything and let the dragon claw hit her. Then, she raised her hand and used her gentle palm to collide with the sharp dragon claw. Bang! The sharp dragon claws shattered with a loud bang. With another explosion, the entire azure dragon was blown to smithereens by Lu Qing's palm strike. Zhou Xiaoyu's face suddenly turned pale. She didn't continue attacking. Instead, she stepped back dejectedly. She'd realized the gap between them after just one exchange of blows. Instructor Xiaoyu lost. Xia Jun stood in the crowd. Seeing the dejected Zhou Xiaoyu, he wanted to go over and comfort her. Lin Tianjiao and the chubby guy hurriedly stopped him. Even an instructor of the sacred courtyard lost. The disciples of the true martial sacred courtyard were in an uproar. Even though many people knew that the true martial sacred courtyard had declined, they hadn't thought that not only were the disciples no match for him, but even the half-emperor teachers were no match for him. Has the true martial sacred courtyard really declined? Many disciples of the sacred courtyard looked pessimistic. At that moment, a furious roar was heard all of a sudden. Shut your stinky mouths. So what if she's a goddess? I'll fight her. Another strong man walked out of the small world. It's Senior Brother Qin. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with hope when she saw the man. It's Instructor Qin Tian, the strongest person under the half-emperor realm in the true martial sacred courtyard. It said that Instructor Qin Tian was as strong as a saint when he was young. However, because the Saint Tower was closed, Instructor Qin Tian couldn't become a saint. This is great. With Instructor Qin Tian here, he'll definitely be able to stop the goddess of the sacred courtyard. Many senior disciples were excited. Even if the Sacred Academy was in decline, there would always be a few famous geniuses. Qin Tian was undoubtedly one of the hidden super geniuses of the true martial Sacred Academy. He had already retired from the ranks of the Heaven rank and became a low-key teacher. Chapter 1373. Defeating the Martial Emperor's Boom. Qin Tian and Lu Qing's battle didn't last for long before it ended. In the sky, Lu Qing was still quiet, but there was a hint of surprise in his calm expression. Instructor Qin Tian, you are very strong. You are the strongest instructor I have ever seen. So what if I'm the strongest? I still can't defeat a goddess like you. Maybe we are truly old. Qin Tian's eyes flashed with disappointment. Just like Zhou Xiaoyu, he couldn't last more than 3 moves against Lu Qing. He was the strongest instructor, but he was defeated in 3 moves. Qin Tian's defeat had a huge impact on the disciples and instructors of the true martial Sacred Academy. Some of them even blamed Yi Fei for their failure. It's all Yi Fei's fault. If he hadn't caused trouble everywhere, the goddess of the true martial Sacred Academy wouldn't have come to challenge him personally. A disciple said angrily. Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, and the fatty immediately glared at him. Can't the true martial Sacred Academy be bullied without my brother? What should we do? The disciples of the Sacred Academy aren't as strong as the true martial Sacred Academy, but even the instructors aren't as strong as the goddess. Many people looked even more pessimistic. The news would spread to all the empires soon. By then, the young emperors and kings of the empires wouldn't want to join the declining Sacred Academy. This girl is as scheming as her grandfather. She's deliberately challenging him to force Holy Sun Yi out. If the Holy Sun doesn't appear, then the reputation of our real martial Sacred Academy will plummet. Zhou Xiaoyu, Qin Tian, and the other instructors were all worried. The true martial Sacred Academy had already declined. After Lu Qing's challenge, the true martial Sacred Academy might be removed from the Sacred Academy before the next Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. If an instructor couldn't defeat a disciple, Even ordinary geniuses wouldn't want to join the Sacred Academy, let alone kings. Realizing this, yet another elderly figure walked out from the dimension of the Sacred Academy. We must protect the reputation of the true martial Sacred Academy. Little girl Lu Qing, do you dare to fight this old man? The one who stood out was Elder Lu. Although he was old, he was one of the youngest martial emperors in the Sacred Academy. Seeing that even the teachers could not stop Lu Qing as martial emperors, they had no choice but to intervene. The duty of a martial emperor of the Holy Institute was to protect the Holy Institute. So it's Senior Lu Feng. Grandfather often talks about you. You're the only junior brother he acknowledges. For grandfather's sake, I'll give you a handicap of 3 moves. Lu Qing's words were sincere, but in his sincerity, there was a strong sense of self-confidence and a strong desire to fight. At that moment, he had underestimated an emperor of the Holy Institute. No matter how good-tempered Lu Feng was, he was still enraged. He thought to himself, I can't compare to that traitor Lu Mingwei, but do you think I can compare to a little girl? Dragon slaying. Boom. This martial emperor made his move. As a former heavenly emperor and a heavenly emperor of the Sacred Academy, Lu Feng's combat prowess was extremely terrifying. As soon as he made his move, a terrifying saber light appeared in the sky, as if it wanted to kill the divine dragon and destroy the life in front of him. Lu Qing's eyes lit up slightly, but she didn't attack. Instead, she retreated slightly and avoided the saber beam without counterattacking. The spectating disciples were in an uproar. Lu Feng and the other emperors of the divine martial sacred courtyard were also astonished. Lu Feng wasn't an ordinary emperor. He was the emperor of the divine martial sacred courtyard. The emperor of the divine martial sacred courtyard. But then Lu Feng and the others raised their heads proudly and said, the goddess of the divine martial academy is so strong. It seems like the true martial sacred courtyard has declined. It used to be the strongest sacred courtyard, but nobody can compete with the goddess now, said Lu Feng and the others mockingly. Shut up. Their words angered the star martial emperor, who had a bad temper. He had almost suppressed Yi Fei because Yi Fei had defeated Zhou Bai. At that moment, Lu Feng and the others' words had infuriated the star martial emperor. A gigantic hand made of stars descended from the sky like a meteor, trying to suppress the emperors. Lu Feng and the others were astonished. Gigantic, godly souls appeared around them, trying to resist the attack. They were using the divine martial sacred courtyard's martial emperor's consummate technique, the divine martial descends. They could summon godly souls, and when they practiced it to the limit, they could summon godly souls. Unfortunately, Lu Feng and the others weren't martial emperors, so the godly souls they summoned couldn't reach the level of godly souls. You're just an empty shell. The star martial emperor's gigantic hand was as terrifying as a star. The emperors of the divine martial sacred courtyard were extremely strong, and each of them was as strong as a quasi-emperor. Boom! That gigantic hand crushed the godly souls of Lu Feng and the others. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar sounded in the sky. Divine punishment lightning saber. Lu Qing finally attacked, but he didn't attack Lu Feng. Instead, he avoided Lu Feng and attacked the Star Emperor's star hand. Boom! The gigantic starlight hand was about to crush Lu Feng and the others when it was stopped by the thunderbolts. However, the thunderbolts didn't disappear. Instead, they continued moving towards the emperor of the Xingchen sect. The emperor of the Xingchen sect looked extremely serious. Suddenly, countless stars appeared on his body. Those stars quickly turned into shooting stars, trying to destroy the lightning in front of him. Little girl, don't try to show off, shouted Lu Feng furiously. The divine punishment lightning saber was a consummate technique of the divine Emperor Zhenwu. Lu Mingwei had taken it away, and it had become a consummate technique of the Lu clan. Now, Lu Qing was using such a consummate technique against the star martial emperor of the divine martial sacred courtyard. Lu Feng was furious. He swore that he would capture Lu Qing and give the divine punishment quasi-emperor a warning. However, at that moment, a gigantic female, godly soul appeared behind Lu Qing. That godly soul looked similar to Lu Qing. She was holding a battle axe. She looked like a majestic martial goddess. Her battle axe was shining with cold light. Suddenly, she attacked Lu Feng again. 3 moves have passed. "Be careful, Master Lu Feng," said Lu Qing calmly. However, the power she had displayed was enough to shock everyone. She had fought against 2-star martial emperors alone. Lu Qing wasn't at a disadvantage. After dozens of moves, a terrifying thunderbolt appeared on the divine punishment lightning saber, and it destroyed the star robe of the star martial emperor. Elder Lu's saber light was also shattered by the Valkyrie's battle axe. He had no choice but to hastily retreat with a trace of blood. She defeated 2-star martial emperors alone. The goddess of the divine martial sacred courtyard is too strong. She alone has mastered 3 consummate techniques. Who in the divine martial sacred courtyard can stop her? The star martial emperors of the divine martial sacred courtyard were astonished. Chapter 1374. Never in 10,000 years, damn it. Where's Yi Fei? Where's our holy son? The mentors and martial emperors are all fighting for the Holy Academy. Why hasn't the holy son appeared yet? Looking at the 2 martial emperors who were still fighting with all their might, many disciples knew that it was only a matter of time before the 2 martial emperors were defeated. If it weren't for Yi Fei, who had once made an incomparably valiant record in the Dragon Head realm, many disciples would have completely lost confidence in the real martial sacred courtyard at this time. Why hasn't the Holy Son appeared yet? Not only did the disciples have this question, but many mentors also couldn't understand. Only the martial emperors who knew the inside story smiled bitterly. Shi Yingqing also smiled bitterly, then sighed inwardly. It's not that Yi Fei doesn't want to fight, but that he can't. The Holy Son is currently in the true martial sacred hall, looking for the key to open the Holy Sun Tower. Only by opening the Holy Sun Tower can he become the real Holy Sun. He transmitted his voice to all the mentors, explaining why Yi Fei couldn't fight. Only then did the mentors' anger disappear, and they all frowned. The astral martial monarch's roars kept coming from the electric light filling the sky. However, he already seemed to be lacking in confidence. Old Lu's saber light also turned much dimmer. Only the electric light filling the sky grew brighter and brighter, as though it was going to swallow up the 2 martial monarchs. Lu Feng and the others can't hold on for much longer. A martial emperor sighed helplessly. "Dean, let's let Yi Fei fight. We've been searching for the Holy Sun Tower for 300 years, but we still can't find it. Yi Fei has a slim chance of entering. On the other hand, the Divine Martial Sacred Academy is provoking us this time. If we can't defeat them, our academy's reputation will plummet." There were also martial emperors who made a difficult choice. Compared to opening the Holy Sun Tower, resisting goddess Lu Qing was the most urgent matter at the moment. This is the scheme of the Tian Fa, quasi-emperor. He knows that the condition for becoming the holy son of the true martial sacred academy is to open the Holy Sun Tower. That's why he sent his favorite granddaughter to challenge us. Suddenly, an aged voice came from the void. The Tian Fa quasi-emperor refused to give up. He wanted to use Lu Qing to force Yi Fei into battle and destroy Yi Fei's opportunity to find the Saint Tower. As long as we can't open the Saint Tower, even if we nurture 10 saints, they won't be able to pose a threat to the Tianfa quasi-emperor. This is his goal. Another aged voice rang out. Clearly, the 3 quasi-emperor deans also knew about the challenge from the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. This was especially so since the Heavenly Punishment quasi-emperor was the one behind this challenge. The meaning of this challenge became even more complicated. Shi Yingqing pondered for a moment before sighing. Opening the Sage Tower is important, but maintaining the reputation of the Sacred Academy is equally important. It seems like us old fellows will have to make a move when necessary. No, we can't do it. The voices of the 2 deans came from the void. The Tian Fa quasi-emperor stopping Yi Fei from opening the Saint Tower is only secondary. His main goal is probably to test us. Once he discovers that the heavenly tribulation liquid Yi Fei brought back has successfully extended our lives, he will definitely be alerted. He might join forces with the other sacred academies and quasi-emperor clans to completely defeat us. In that case, we can only give up on the Saint Tower and let Yi Fei make a move. I'm afraid that even Yi Fei might not be a match for this divine lady. Shi Yingqing revealed a worried expression. During the fight with Lu Qing, he was shocked to discover that the Lu clan was actually hiding a peerless genius. This was also the reason why Lu Qing could defeat all the martial emperors and be invincible. However, she didn't kill them. This allowed old Lu and the Star Martial Emperor to bitterly hold on until now. True martial sacred hall. Yi Fei had no idea that the outside world was in chaos. He was immersed in the Tao of divine Emperor Zhenwu. This was the Tao of a martial god, and also the strongest Tao of divine Emperor Zhenwu. In my life, I have come into contact with a total of 3 martial Taos. The pure martial Tao allowed me to go from a super genius to a top genius in the martial sage realm. I have the potential to catch up with those peerless geniuses. The Heavenly Punishment Manual is the Tao that I learned from an ancient sacred sect when I was a martial emperor. This Tao allowed me to go from a top genius to a peerless genius. After that, I was lucky enough to enter an ancient ruin and obtain the true martial force symbols, this primordial heavenly skill. From then on, I abandoned all Taos and cultivated the primordial heavenly skill. After 100 years, I defeated all my peers and became a martial god. However, it's a pity the true martial force symbols isn't complete. The most important part of the cultivation technique isn't recorded. Future generations should gather my will and think of ways to perfect this cultivation technique. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Divine Emperor Zhenwu's tone suddenly had a tinge of sorrow. Yi Fei understood this sorrow. After all, a complete primordial heavenly skill could allow Divine Emperor Zhenwu to go from a martial god to a supreme existence. However, the heavenly skill was incomplete and the human-demon catastrophe had followed. Even though Divine Emperor Zhenwu was outstanding and had gone from being ordinary to extraordinary, he had still died and was unable to perfect the heavenly skill to become a supreme existence. In the end, Divine Emperor Zhenwu had thought of building the true martial sacred hall and waiting for the destined person, who had been recognized by the large green rock, to inherit his martial Tao and complete the path that he had never taken to become a supreme existence. However, Divine Emperor Zhenwu would never have thought that the large green rock would not be able to find the destined person. Instead, it was scared by Xiao Qiao and wanted to kick me out. In the end, I was the one who obtained the Divine Emperor's inheritance. After listening to Divine Emperor Zhenwu's speech, Yi Fei's expression became strange. Then, he felt that there were many strange runes in his mind. These runes were the specific primordial heavenly skill that cultivated the 4 characteristics of true martial. However, compared to the runes of the Sky Dragon's 8 extremes and the 4 characteristics of true martial, they were much dimmer. This is also related to the fact that the Sky Dragon's 8 extremes is not a primordial heavenly skill, but a heavenly venerate martial technique. However, the Sky Dragon's 8 extremes is too difficult to cultivate. The 8 realms are not something that can be cultivated in a short period of time. It's easier to understand the incomplete 4 characteristics of true martial, Yi Fei thought to himself. He felt the runes in his mind again. These runes were the inheritance that the Divine Emperor had left behind. This way, he would not have to spend 100 years to comprehend the 4 characteristics of true martial again. He could cultivate the primordial heavenly skill immediately. This was another benefit of the inheritance. He did not need to comprehend the Tao and could start cultivating immediately. The parts that he needed to comprehend were already imprinted in his mind. However, before Yi Fei could start cultivating, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the void of the true martial sacred hall. Yi Fei, regardless of whether you have found a key or not, get out of the tower quickly. It's the third chief's voice. What happened? Yi Fei raised his head in surprise. Fortunately, Divine Emperor Zhenwu's speech had ended, and he had retreated from the mysterious space-time. Otherwise, he might not have heard Shi Yingqing's voice transmission. Chapter 1375. I am Yi Fei. Rumble. In the sky, the battle between the two martial monarchs and goddess Lu Qing was still ongoing. However, everyone could see that old Lu and the star martial monarch were barely holding on. Not only were they unable to fight back, but they were also unable to defend against Lu Qing's increasingly dense and terrifying lightning. Suddenly, a lightning palm stretched out from the void and grabbed at the star martial emperor. Star destruction, the star martial emperor shouted. His eyes were red, and he didn't hesitate to use a move that would perish together with Lu Qing to block the lightning palm. Perish together? You won't have such a chance in front of me. Seniors, Lu Qing doesn't intend to hurt you. You're not Lu Qing's match either. Let your quasi-emperors or saints do it. Otherwise, Lu Qing didn't finish her sentence. However, all the saints knew that if even quasi-emperors or saints couldn't defeat Lu Qing, then the true martial sacred institute would only exist in name. There was no need to wait for the future. Today, the true martial sacred institute might suffer a crushing defeat and be kicked out of the sacred institutes. I won't allow it, roared old Lu. He went crazy, and a resplendent saber light with the power to kill gods and demons suddenly shattered the lightning that filled the sky. Lu Qing shook her head. Senior Lu, since you don't know what's good for you, even if you're my grandfather's old friend, I can only be heavy-handed. After all, these two martial emperors had come from the true martial sacred institute's glory days. Ordinary martial techniques couldn't suppress them. Lu Qing immediately sent out lightning palms continuously, forming a terrifying lightning waterfall. Old Lu's saber light was instantly destroyed. Then, his body, charred and flickering with lightning, fell from the sky. The star martial emperor also fell. The true martial sacred institute's disciples were all in an uproar. Two martial emperors attacked at the same time, but they were defeated at the same time. How strong is the divine martial sacred institute's goddess? Why hasn't Yi Fei appeared yet? He's called the demon saint in the dragon head field. Everyone is afraid of him. Now that the goddess is here, he's afraid and has become a coward. Lu Feng and the others felt proud and elated. In the dragon head world, Yi Fei had first killed Jin Pa Bai, the son of heaven, and then killed Lu Rufeng, the holy sun. In the end, he had used some unknown method to severely injure Lu Rulong and cause him to lose half of his body. This had also dealt a heavy blow to the prestige of the Divine Martial Academy. Lu Feng and the other emperors of the Divine Martial Sacred Courtyard had come to take revenge. The more they trampled on Yi Fei, the more miserable the true martial sacred courtyard would be. When they returned to the Divine Martial Sacred Courtyard, they would be able to compete for the position of Holy Prince. What bullshit Holy Prince? Demon Saint? Puff. One of the heavenly princes spat in the direction of the true martial sacred courtyard. I think the true martial sacred academy is just a country bumpkin. In front of the goddess, not to mention their holy son, even a quasi-emperor can only hide. If they come out, they will only make a fool of themselves. Another holy son of the Sacred Academy also mocked. Their words infuriated the true martial sacred institute's disciples, teachers, and martial emperors, but nobody said anything. Lu Qing was so strong that nobody in the true martial sacred institute could defeat him. That was a fact. It seems like we're really old. Old Lu and the star martial emperor retreated dejectedly. They weren't seriously injured, but their hearts were broken. I'll go and fight, said a white-haired old man from the group of martial emperors. The dignity of the sacred institute can't be blasphemed. As martial emperors, we'll die to protect the dignity of the sacred institute. Yes, protect the dignity of the Sacred Institute. The Sacred Institute will prosper. More and more half-emperor instructors came out of the minor worlds. They had spent their entire lives in the Sacred Institute. The Sacred Institute was their home. How could they not be angry when their home was being humiliated? Boom! Suddenly, the small worlds of the true martial Sacred Institute started shaking violently. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It was as if a sleeping dragon had woken up in the Sacred Institute. A gigantic shadow appeared between the heavens and the earth. That shadow stepped on the earth, exuding boundless divine might. Then, a gigantic hand descended from the endless space and personally pushed open a door in the void. That was the door of the true martial divine palace. At that moment, everybody looked at the door of the palace. At that moment, all the groups of the central continent were astonished. They all looked in the direction of the true martial Sacred Institute. How can this be? The Sky Punishment Quasi-Emperor was playing chess. When he felt that vast and mighty divine might, the chess piece in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. Impossible, that's the chi of the true martial Sacred Institute, said an old man in the depths of the true martial Sacred Institute. He couldn't hide his fear. It's the true martial Sacred Academy. Could this be the final gamble of that old monster? A pair of cold eyes appeared in the air of the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. It was like the emotionless heavenly Taoists were surveying this place. It's fake. Hasn't the true martial Sacred Institute declined? How can a godly emperor protect it? Said a young emperor in the heavenly book Sacred Institute. He looked terrified. He had another identity. He was a traitor of the true martial Sacred Institute. The mighty power from the true martial divine hall made countless forces tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Inside the Saint Institute, Shi Yingqing and the three old men were so emotional that tears streamed down their faces. How many years has it been? We have endured for over 10,000 years, endured for thousands of years, suffered humiliation for hundreds of years. Finally, we have waited for this day, for the Sacred Academy to regain its former glory. That was the voice of an incomparably aged old man, his voice laced with tears. If Yifei heard this, he would definitely know that this was the voice of the Grand Dean. He was also the stabilizing force of the real martial Sacred Courtyard. It was precisely because of the existence of the Grand Dean that the true martial Sacred Academy had only declined and had never been defeated. Yifei had not expected that the Sacred Hall would resonate with him when he received the inheritance of ancient god Emperor Jinwu. He glared fiercely at the large green rock and bellowed, "Large green rock, is this what you meant by the glory of 10,000 years?" That's right. After obtaining the true martial Sacred Institute's inheritance, any disciple can enter the divine palace to cultivate. That's the best gift the godly emperor has left for his descendants. But now isn't the time to talk about that. The Sacred Institute is in trouble. As the Holy Son, why aren't you helping? Urged the Greenstone, wanting to chase Yifei away. Yifei was speechless. He wanted to continue interrogating the Greenstone, but Shi Yingqing had already told him about the Sacred Institute's crisis. As the Holy Son, Yifei had already reached a point where he had no choice but to make a move. Yifei could only suppress his doubts and charge out of the small world on the dragon tortoise. He saw the dejected old Lu and the astral martial monarch outside. He also saw the quiet girl standing amidst the lightning that filled the sky. Sensing Yifei's gaze, Lu Qing slowly raised his head and asked indifferently, "Are you Yifei, the new holy son of the true martial Sacred Institute?" Chapter 1376. Lightning Bloodline. That's right. It's me who wants to fight you. Lu Qing was still calm, but her eyes flashed coldly. At first, Lu Qing didn't understand why the Sky Law Quasi-Emperor would expose her talent and ask her to come personally to test Yifei and the true martial Sacred Academy. But when she saw the God Emperor's figure and the true martial Sacred Palace in the sky, she finally understood. If the true martial Sacred Academy was allowed to rise again, the Lu family wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. You're that bullshit demon saint. There's no place for you to stand in front of the goddess. You're just a cripple who has been abandoned by heaven. You can only kneel before us. Lu Fang looked at Yi Fei, his eyes flashing with unconcealable killing intent. The quasi-emperor Lu Rulong had already given the order that whoever could kill Yi Fei would be the next saint of the Sacred Academy. That was why Lu Fang and the others followed Lu Qing to the true martial Sacred Academy. These dogs you brought with you, they don't seem to be very obedient. Do you need me to make them shut up forever? Yi Fei stared coldly at Lu Qing, his expression grave. Before he came out, Shi Yingqing had already told him that Lu Qing was very likely a peerless genius like Di Fan. Yi Fei wasn't sure if he could defeat a peerless genius with his current strength. However, there was no need for him to pay any attention to an emperor like Lu Fang. Yi Fei, how dare you? Today, the goddess doesn't even need to do anything. I, Lu Fang, can take care of you. How could a heavenly prince be treated like a dog? Lu Fang and the others were infuriated. Then, they brazenly attacked, and each time they attacked, they used a ruthless killing move, wanting to kill him. Yi Fei didn't even look at them. He suddenly roared, which turned into a terrifying dragon's roar. 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. But this wasn't the ordinary 8 notes of the heavenly dragon that could only stun people. After cultivating a complete immemorial heavenly art, Yi Fei's voice contained a terrifying killing intent. With just a single dragon roar, Lu Fang coughed up blood and fell out of the sky. He had clearly been heavily injured. The other emperors of the Shenwu Sacred Academy were astonished. A look of surprise flashed across Lu Qing's face. Then, his expression turned serious. Without any warning, a giant lightning palm fell from the sky and grabbed at Yi Fei with a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Be careful. Shi Yingqing's anxious voice came from afar. He was ready to save Yi Fei if he couldn't win. After all, the true martial divine palace was open to the public. The true martial sacred courtyard had never seen such glory in 10,000 years. And the one who opened it was Yi Fei. Even if the true martial sacred academy was destroyed, the 3 quasi-emperors did not wish to see anything happen to Yi Fei. Roar. Another dragon roar came out of Yi Fei's mouth. It was like the roar of a heavenly dragon, and it turned into a terrifying sound of killing. It shook the void and shattered the lightning palm in front of him. This kid has become so strong. The Star Martial Emperor was shocked. He still remembered that 3 years ago, Yi Fei was just a small martial sage. He could easily suppress him. But now, Yi Fei had broken the heavenly punishment palm that even the martial emperors were afraid of with just a roar. This kid, could it be that he... In the void, Shi Yingqing was also a little frightened. Lu Qing's calm expression finally turned serious. Yi Fei, what do you think of our bet? If you lose to me, you have to come with me. My grandfather wants to see you. What if I win? Yi Fei's heart sank. He had tried his best to keep a low profile, but he had still attracted the attention of the heavenly punishment quasi-emperor. You can never win against me. Lu Qing's tone was very calm. She was not proud. She was just stating a fact. This fact made the hearts of many mentors and martial emperors sink. They were secretly worried for Yi Fei. What if I win? Yi Fei continued to ask. Then, I will also agree to one of your conditions. Lu Qing's anger was finally aroused. Then, an invincible belief emerged from her body. This belief was enough to defeat martial artists with weak wills and win without a fight. This was the terror of a peerless genius. However, Yi Fei was not defeated by Lu Qing's invincible belief. On the contrary, an even stronger and fiercer invincible belief than Lu Qing emerged from his body. So what if you are a peerless genius? My existence is to defeat all of you geniuses. Kill! Yi Fei roared again. His voice formed an even more terrifying sound wave, shattering the sky and creating a terrifying ripple in the void. Seeing this ripple, Lu Fang and the other martial emperors of the divine martial sacred academy revealed deep fear in their eyes. Only then did they know that Yi Fei had shown mercy. If Yi Fei had not placed most of his attention on Lu Qing, his 8 heavenly dragons' music would have been enough to kill Lu Fang and the other martial emperors. Our saint is actually this strong? Seeing the ripple in the void, countless disciples of the divine martial sacred academy turned pale and were excited at the same time. Of course, Xia Jun raised his head proudly. Lin Tianjiao and Little Fatty also felt their blood boiling. The divine martial sacred academy will not decline. Because of Yi Fei, because of us, the divine martial sacred academy will win. Gong Ji suddenly roared with his people. The saint will win. The saint will win. All the disciples roared. Seeing how powerful Yi Fei was, they seemed to see the hope of the divine martial sacred academy rising again. Lu Qing nodded. Suddenly, a hint of coldness flashed across his solemn face. So that's how it is. You are the hope of the Saint Academy. If I defeat you, I will completely destroy the real martial Saint Academy. This time I won't hold back. Thunder roared. Heaven and earth shook. As Lu Qing spoke, she suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning. This was her bloodline, the lightning bloodline. It was a very terrifying bloodline. It was also this bloodline that made her a peerless genius. At this moment, she had turned into a terrifying mother of lightning. She controlled lightning and destroyed everything. Under Lu Qing's control, thick lightning formed whistling thunder mountains. They broke through the void and pressed down on Yi Fei. Golden body of the war demon. Yi Fei roared. Suddenly, his body released endless golden demonic aura. He was like a raging war demon. He waved his fists and punched at the lightning. Suddenly, the thunder mountain shattered. However, the shattered lightning did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a terrifying chain of lightning. It was like a heavenly lock that wrapped around Yi Fei and locked him down. Break! Boundless power erupted from every part of Yi Fei's flesh and every cell, making Yi Fei seem as if he had turned into a majestic demonic god. Chapter 1377. Domain battle for the first time. A hint of shock flashed across Lu Qing's calm face. She suddenly shouted and waved her hand. Countless terrifying lightning bolts gathered from all directions, forming thousands of lightning spears. The sharp spears carried enough power to pierce through space as they continuously smashed towards Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei could clearly feel his body becoming numb. The speed of his punches also began to slow down. Taking advantage of this pause, Lu Qing, who had sensed the terrifying power of Yi Fei's physical body, suddenly retreated. Countless lightning bolts suddenly wrapped around her body, forming a lightning armor. At the same time, a lightning bow appeared in Lu Qing's hands. Kill! Her voice was filled with killing intent. She drew the giant bow, and beams of lightning formed from the bow and shot towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei's clothes were instantly torn apart by the countless spears and lightning beams. Just as the heavenly disciples of the divine martial sacred academy were cheering, thinking that Yi Fei would be defeated by the lightning, a terrifying purple-gold light suddenly appeared in the sky. Realizing that the war demon golden body couldn't completely negate the effects of the lightning, Yi Fei decisively activated the purple-gold Tai Chi. This was a martial art that he had created by using the power of despair. Although it wasn't perfect, it was invincible and could counter the numbing effect of the lightning. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts fell, but other than shrinking the range of the purple-gold Tai Chi, it couldn't break Yi Fei's defense. The power of despair. Lu Qing's cold eyes flashed with shock. She couldn't believe that there was still someone who dared to walk on this path of despair. No wonder he was so strong. It turned out that he relied on the power of despair. But the power of a peerless genius can't be made up for by combining the power of despair a few times. Lu Qing's belief of being invincible became firmer. Realizing that the lightning couldn't hurt Yi Fei, she decisively put away the lightning bow and slashed out a terrifying lightning blade. The lightning blade was extremely terrifying and carried a hint of heavenly tribulation's aura. Heavenly punishment lightning blade. Lu Qing spoke word by word. Amidst the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, she wore a purple thunder armor. She was like a real mother of lightning, controlling thunder and lightning. She was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Taiji Yin-Yang's sword. Yi Fei suddenly took a step forward. A black demonic sword appeared in his hand. The devouring spirit sword slashed forward with boundless purple gold sword light, forming a huge Taiji sword diagram. It collided with the heavenly punishment lightning saber. All of a sudden, the entire area showed signs of collapsing. There were scattered lightning bolts everywhere, as well as the shattered light of the Taiji sword diagram. A Tai? How could it be a Tai? He's a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens. Yet he's tied with our goddess. Lu Feng, the heavenly prince of the Shenwu Sacred Academy, suddenly lost his composure and roared. Not only him, but all the heaven-grade disciples who saw this scene were shocked and terrified. Who is Lu Qing, the peerless genius, the goddess of the Shenwu Sacred Academy? Who is Yi Fei, a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens? A devil who had embarked on the path of despair. No one had ever thought highly of Yi Fei, even if Yi Fei had become the Holy Sun, even if Yi Fei had made a name for himself in the Dragonhead boundary. In many people's eyes, Yi Fei's achievements were due to luck and coincidence. When the martial emperor tribulation arrived, the person abandoned by the heavens would die no matter how strong he was. Who would have thought that a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens would be able to tie with a peerless genius? Lu Qing also did not expect this. For the first time, anger appeared on her face. If I can't even defeat a person abandoned by the heavens, how can I suppress my peers and break through to the martial emperor realm? I must defeat him, even if I have to use my hidden strength. Boom! An even more terrifying aura burst out from Lu Qing's body, forming a huge ball of lightning. However, in many people's eyes, it was more like a terrifying world of lightning. Domain of lightning. Lu Qing wore a cold expression as she unleashed the terrifying world of lightning in Yi Fei's direction. Before it could reach him, Yi Fei's purple golden Taiji was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, his hair stood on end under the influence of the lightning. A peerless genius is indeed terrifying. This Lu Qing is only a 10th layer martial sacred realm cultivator like me, but she has already comprehended a complete domain. Yi Fei's eyes flickered with astonishment, which was immediately replaced by a strong battle intent. The bloodline of the demon god in his body began to burn vigorously. Yi Fei let out a roar as a huge blood-red glow appeared from his body too. It turned out to be a blurry world of blood too. With a demonic nature and a boundless murderous aura, it collided fiercely with Lu Qing's domain of lightning. Bang! The collision of the two domains was no less than the collision of two stars. The heaven and earth where the two of them existed was completely destroyed. The explosion of the domains destroyed everything into nothingness. The light from the collision of the domains even tore the void apart, creating a huge hole in the defensive formation of the true martial sacred courtyard. Countless mountains were completely destroyed by the explosion of the domains. Countless disciples of the martial sacred realm and martial monarch realm retreated in fear. Barf! Yi Fei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was pushed back uncontrollably. Puff! Lu Qing's calm face suddenly turned red. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and dyed her thunder battle armor red. Domain, you have also mastered a complete domain. Are you a peerless genius too? Lu Qing's face was full of shock. Lu Feng and the other powerful heavenly sons were dumbfounded. Isn't Yi Fei a crippled body abandoned by the heavens? He doesn't even have a special bloodline. How can he be a peerless genius? Who said that a person abandoned by the heavens can't have a special bloodline? Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Blood Demon Domain, 12 Demonic God / Yi Fei didn't give Lu Qing time to breathe. He used his strong physical body to suppress his injuries and then activated the demonic god bloodline in his body. In an instant, a roaring demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms rushed out of Yi Fei's body. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly turned into a terrifying blood demon. His 3 faces were filled with anger. His 6 arms were controlling the 12 blood blades to shatter the stars and destroy the void. Bloodline, he actually has a special bloodline. A group of heavenly sons of the true martial sacred courtyard looked at Yi Fei in shock. They were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. However, no one laughed at them. In fact, when Yi Fei activated the power of his bloodline, the disciples, teachers, and martial monarchs of the true martial sacred courtyard were all dumbfounded. Then they saw the demonic god formed by Yi Fei holding 12 terrifying blood blades and attacking Lu Qing violently. Chapter 1378. The Battle of the Pinnacle. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. At this moment, the sun and the moon dimmed. At this moment, 2 gods were fighting crazily in the sky. This kind of battle didn't look like a fight between 2 juniors at all. It was more like a battle between 2 gods and demons. We're all old. Elder Lu sighed. They were all geniuses back in the day. They naturally knew what this kind of combat strength meant, as expected of the saint of our sacred academy. This Yi Fei is very strong. He's too strong. At this moment, many disciples of the true martial sacred academy abandoned their prejudices. They no longer looked down on Yi Fei. Instead, they looked at the demon god fighting in the sky with awe, excitement, and worship in their eyes. Kill. At the peak of the battle, Yi Fei suddenly merged the 12 blood blades in his hand, forming a huge mountain of blood blades. This was the demon god martial technique that Blood Demon had used before. Since Yi Fei had merged his bloodline and become a new demon god, he naturally used this technique as well. Uncanny workmanship. Lu Qing's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She gripped the thunder battle axe with both hands. The power of her bloodline surged within her, forming a terrifying bolt of lightning that erupted and merged with the heaven and earth battle axe. After that, she chopped down on Yi Fei's mountain of blood blades. Taiji Yin Yang sword. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared in the dazzling golden light. It was like an ocean of blood slashing forward. Yi Fei had condensed the mountain of blood blades into a mountain of blood blades at this moment. The mighty demon god held this blood sword high. It tore apart the sky and shattered the sky. It slashed out a bloody Taiji sword diagram. Fury of thunder. Lu Qing's fluttering hair suddenly turned into tiny bolts of lightning. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning, and the battle axe also turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning that resembled a star. This light illuminated the dawn and also tore apart Yi Fei's Taiji sword diagram. Boom! In the end, the thunder battle axe collided with Yi Fei's giant blood sword. The thunder battle axe collapsed and the blood light scattered. Yi Fei immediately felt his qi and blood churning. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he forced himself to endure the tremors of his blood and qi. Before the blood light completely dissipated, he had already activated the demon god bloodline in his body to the limit. The whistling blood sword carried a sword aura that tore through the void as it continuously collided with the lightning axe in front of him. Boom! 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 Terrifying thunder rumbled from the sky. The sound of the thunder was enough to kill a martial artist of the martial sage realm. Everyone watched the battle in shock, and they did not dare to move their eyes away. This is no longer a battle between martial sages. The combat strength of these 2 people is close to the standard of a quasi-emperor. This is a battle between peerless geniuses. A martial emperor exclaimed. Even they had no way of interfering in such a battle. I didn't expect that the real martial sacred academy would have such a terrifying holy son. No wonder he could kill Lu Rufeng. The few holy sons of the sacred academy trembled in fear. Lu Fang's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he said fiercely, "No matter how strong he is still trash. Unless he is a peerless genius, he can't be compared to Lu Qing." Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky, and Yi Fei groaned. After the continuous collision of the sword battle axe, Yi Fei's blood sword suddenly collapsed. After all, he had not obtained the demon god bloodline for long, and he could not use the same method as the blood demon to control his blood. On the other hand, Lu Qing's thunder bloodline had awakened to a terrifying level. She was a true, peerless genius. At this moment, she was more like a furious lightning goddess. With the thunder battle axe in her hand, she smashed the blood sword in the demon god bloodline's hand. Clearly, in terms of bloodline, Yi Fei was still some distance away from the peerless geniuses. Lu Qing took advantage of this time to shatter Yi Fei's blood sword. At the same time, his lightning-flashing battle axe tore through the void and viciously chopped down on Yi Fei's body. This battle should end now. Lu Qing looked at Yi Fei. Her limpid eyes flashed with the belief that she was a peerless genius. "No, it's not over yet. For me, this is only the beginning." Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a ferocious light like that of a beast. Indeed, there was still a gap between him and a peerless genius. However, if they were at the same level, this gap could be made up for. Tai Chi field. Boom! The thunder battle axe suddenly paused. It was not only the blood demon field that was stopping the battle axe. There was also an incomplete Tai Chi field that appeared from Yi Fei's body. A huge black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky. It carried a despairing Qi and attacked Lu Qing mercilessly and coldly. "You still have a field?" Lu Qing's eyes flashed with panic for the first time. There was also a hint of intense shock. Her body was covered with lightning, forming countless lightning spears that stabbed at the black and white Tai Chi diagram. The black and white Tai Chi diagram shrank rapidly and its light dimmed. However, it did not shatter. Yi Fei's lips curled into a victorious smile. The strongest aspect of the Tai Chi is its defense. Now it's time to end it. Bam! The black and white Tai Chi diagram finally suppressed all the lightning in the sky. Even Lu Qing's thunder battle armor was shattered by the Tai Chi field. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with shock, as well as a strong sense of stubbornness. When the Taiji suppressed her deity and turned it into a stream of light, she did not retreat. Instead, she charged towards Yi Fei. She also viciously chopped down on Yi Fei's devil deity. Bam! The god and demon god collapsed almost at the same time. Lu Qing was not suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. At the critical moment, a simple bronze shield appeared in front of her and protected her from further harm. However, Lu Qing's battle axe did not hurt Yi Fei. The moment the battle axe fell, Yi Fei instinctively activated the war demon golden body. His physical body was comparable to an imperial weapon and endured the damage of the battle axe. Then, he punched out and smashed the battle axe, which had lost its power, into a stream of light. Then, he strode forward and continued to attack Lu Qing. He could not give this goddess any time to breathe. He was inferior to her in terms of bloodline. Then, he would compete in terms of strength and field. There had to be something that would allow him to catch up to these exceptional geniuses, surpass them, and crush them. His physical body is comparable to an imperial weapon. For the first time, Lu Qing's expression turned serious. After losing her god avatar, she no longer fought Yi Fei head-on. Instead, she retreated nimbly. At the same time, she struck out with her thunder palms, forming mountains of lightning to prevent Yi Fei from getting closer. However, Yi Fei ignored these lightning bolts. His body emitted a golden demonic aura. Like a berserk war demon, he walked in the sky and stepped on these mountains of lightning to close the distance between him and Lu Qing. Chapter 1379. The goddess was dejected. Are we seeing things? That devil Yi Fei is actually suppressing the goddess of the divine martial academy. She doesn't even have the ability to fight back. Nonsense. Do you think that Yi Fei's reputation as the demon saint is fake? He even dares to kill the saints of the 3 academies, let alone a goddess. The saint is mighty. After so many years, it's finally our true martial sacred academies turn to hold our heads high. Seeing the battle in the sky, many disciples of the sacred academy gradually became excited. The stronger the saint was, the more powerful the sacred academy was. The saint is invincible. Gong Ji and the others who were determined to follow Yi Fei had already started to shout loudly. This also caused the faces of the heavenly sons of the Divine Martial Academy to turn ugly, but they were unable to refute it. At this moment, it was a fact that Lu Qing was at a disadvantage. It was also a fact that frightened them. An emperor suddenly said in shock, "Is Yi Fei also a peerless genius? Did he deliberately disguise himself as someone abandoned by the heavens to confuse us? Impossible. He can't be a peerless genius. Goddess Lu Qing can't lose. She hasn't revealed her true strength yet." Lu Feng roared. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He couldn't stand seeing Yi Fei but being unable to surpass him. "Goddess, kill him." At this moment, the emperors of the Sacred Academy wanted to kill Yi Fei. Lu Qing didn't answer. She was still retreating, trying to distance herself from Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei chased after her relentlessly. Relying on his powerful physical body, he ignored ordinary martial arts. He only had one goal, which was to catch up with Lu Qing and then capture this goddess alive. Seeing that she couldn't shake off Yi Fei's pursuit, Lu Qing's calm expression couldn't help but show a hint of anger. "Yi Fei, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now." "Admit defeat? Are you begging me to admit defeat?" Yi Fei smiled coldly. It was Lu Qing who provoked him first. Not only did she want to force him to fight, but she also wanted to take the opportunity to completely destroy the reputation of the true Martial Sacred Academy. "Since you want to step on me and destroy the true Martial Sacred Academy, then I don't mind stepping on you and rebuilding the Sacred Academy's reputation." Boom! Another Thunder Mountain was crushed. At this moment, Yi Fei was less than 20 steps away from Lu Qing. He could definitely rush up and defeat this immortal lady. When Lu Qing saw that she had also failed to stop the final lightning mountain, her face suddenly paled. She realized that not only did Yi Fei's domain surpass hers, but his origin energy also surpassed hers. "Yi Fei, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me if you die." Lu Qing suddenly stopped retreating. His eyes flashed with determination. Then, she ignited her own bloodline. Rolling lightning turned into a pool of lightning that erupted from her body. However, this lightning was not aimed at Yi Fei. Instead, it blasted towards the endless void. Heavenly tribulation lightning. Lu Qing transformed his body into lightning. The boundless lightning actually resonated with the heavenly Tao that existed in the unseen world. An incomparably clear tribulation cloud quickly appeared in the void and instantly locked onto Yi Fei. Heavenly tribulation? This woman is actually using heavenly tribulation to trick me? Yi Fei's face suddenly twitched. One had to know that pulling people into tribulations was his forte. No, that's not heavenly tribulation. Yi Fei, be careful. That's an immemorial heavenly art obtained by the heavenly tribulation quasi-emperor. Xingqing's anxious voice suddenly rang out in the void. Yi Fei was instantly shocked. He looked at the tribulation cloud in the sky. An immemorial heavenly art can actually attract heavenly tribulation. This is not a real heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. It's an immemorial heavenly art that my grandfather found in the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Sect. If you admit defeat now, I can still stop the heavenly punishment. Lu Qing's tone was grave. Although I can control an immemorial heavenly art, I still can't use it freely. If I'm not careful, I may completely destroy you. Yi Fei withdrew his gaze from the heavenly tribulation. He nodded and then shook his head. It's just an immemorial heavenly art. This is your final trump card. Just fall. If you take a step back, it's my loss. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Immortal lady, quickly use heavenly punishment, seeing that Yi Fei was still so arrogant in the face of an immemorial heavenly art that was comparable to a heavenly tribulation. Not to mention Lu Feng and the other emperors. Even Lu Qing's calm face was filled with anger. I've already said all the good things. Don't blame me for being ruthless, Lu Qing said angrily. Don't say any more. Hurry up and let the heavenly tribulation fall. Yi Fei hurriedly interrupted. He was even more anxious than Lu Qing, who was releasing heavenly punishment. He looked eager to give it a try. Lu Qing was so angry that her face flushed red. She thought that Yi Fei was humiliating her. Her delicate body trembled, and she quickly formed a strange lightning handprint. Boom! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. At the same time, a heavenly Tao aura pressed down on countless people, causing them to lie on the ground. Even the martial emperor's hearts trembled. As for Yi Fei, who was facing this heavenly tribulation, his heart was filled with fire. Then, under everyone's gaze, Yi Fei did not retreat. Instead, he directly charged into the heavenly tribulation. Boom! At this moment, even the heavenly Tao was enraged. Boundless lightning turned into golden bolts of lightning that were as thick as a water tank. They wanted to completely destroy Yi Fei. Good timing. I can use this heavenly tribulation to cultivate my battle demon Tao. Yi Fei smiled. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation last time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that using the heavenly tribulation to cultivate his body was more efficient than using the spiritual vein to cultivate the battle demon Tao. Facing the heavenly tribulation, Yi Fei naturally did not have any fear. He directly charged into the heavenly tribulation, allowing the terrifying heavenly tribulation to strike his body. At the same time, the immortal sword soul in his body quietly activated and began to absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation to replenish the immortal sword soul's consumption. In the end, Yi Fei sat cross-legged in the sky and continuously attracted the heavenly tribulation. Beams of golden light fell on his body. Not only did they not destroy his body, but they also made Yi Fei's golden light stronger and stronger. Lu Qing stared blankly at the scene as if she had seen a ghost. Many people could not help but rub their eyes. Then, they were shocked to find that they had not seen wrongly. The heavenly tribulation that others feared would be avoided at all costs was actually a look of enjoyment on Yi Fei's face. Pervert! Shangluo cursed under her breath. Is this guy still human? Lin Tianjiao's gaze froze. You'll get used to it. Following Big Brother, we can't even treat him as a human. Xia Jun consoled her earnestly. I've lost. Lu Qing's confident gaze suddenly dimmed. But very quickly, she pulled herself together. Although I've lost, I still have one last move that can salvage the situation. Heavenly Tribulation's wrath. A hint of stubbornness and unwillingness flashed across Lu Qing's eyes. She suddenly gathered the heavenly tribulation together and formed a terrifying lightning spear that pierced towards Yi Fei. Seeing the lightning spear, Yi Fei, who was absorbing the heavenly tribulation, was also shocked. He could feel the aura of a heavenly general from the lightning spear. Lu Qing's primordial heavenly technique can actually summon a heavenly general's weapon. This is not good. I can't absorb this thing. Yi Fei's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but suddenly remembered that he had said that if he took a step back, he would lose. Helpless, Yi Fei could only roar and release the heavenly dragon's 8 extremities. Roar! A long and terrifying dragon roar came from the void. A blurry 8 trigrams appeared in the sky. Then, it turned into 8 mighty heavenly dragons. They roared with their heads up and charged toward the descending lightning spear. Yi Fei only used one move. The lightning spear and Lu Qing's heavenly tribulation were torn apart by the heavenly dragons and turned into flowing light. Chapter 1380. One must admit defeat. You also know the immemorial heavenly art. Lu Qing's expression was gloomy, filled with unwillingness, and a hint of grievance. In the Lu family, she was a peerless genius. In the Shenwu Sacred Academy, she was a goddess, a respected senior sister. She was quiet and proud. However, her pride was shattered in front of Yifei. In terms of domain, she was not as good as Yifei's. In terms of true essence, she was not as good as Yifei's. In the end, she was forced to use her last resort. The immemorial heavenly art was not as good as Yifei's. She raised her head and suppressed the grievance in her heart. She just stubbornly looked at the young man in front of her. Why? You are clearly a peerless genius, but you pretend to be a person abandoned by the heavens. You made us misunderstand and let the world look down on you. You deliberately made us look down on you. You are despicable. Lu Qing's face turned red as she cursed. This was her first defeat, and it was a crushing defeat from the beginning to the end. It was hard for her to accept. Looking at the figure surrounded by heavenly dragons standing in the air like a divine king, the disciples of the true martial sacred academy were stunned at first, but then they quickly reacted. Oh my God, what the saint used just now was the immemorial heavenly art. Long live the saint. True martial will win. True martial, true martial. Not only were the disciples shouting, but the mentors were also shouting. Ever since the sacred academy declined, these mentors had had a hard time. There were very few geniuses among the disciples they taught. When they walked out of the sacred academy, they were often ridiculed by the other sacred academies. It could be said that before today, both the disciples and the mentors of the true martial sacred academy were like mice. They could only lower their heads and walk carefully, not daring to take a wrong step or say a wrong word. All of this was because the true martial sacred academy was too weak and declining. But now it was different. The sacred academy had Yifei, the saint. In an instant, all the disciples present felt as if they had found their backbone, and their spirits were restored. Which dog just said that our true martial sacred academy has declined? Come out and fight with me. Xia Jun stepped out and used Yifei's power to openly challenge the other emperors of the sacred academy. Before Yifei had made his move, if someone had dared to challenge them, Lu Fang and the other heavenly sons would have long since taken action. They would have slapped that person to the ground. But at this time, Lu Fang and the others looked at the 8th-division heavenly dragon circling around Yifei with unsightly expressions. They no longer had the will or the courage to fight. Then they began cursing. Yifei, you're too cunning. You're clearly a peerless genius, yet you pretended to be a cripple abandoned by the heavens to make senior sister Lu Qing underestimate you. With Lu Fang taking the lead, Chu Feng, the son of heaven from the Shenwu Sacred Academy, also jumped out and began to deny. Yifei, you deliberately took advantage of senior sister Lu Qing's carelessness and underestimated her. You won an unfair victory. The challenge just now is not counted. Yes, it doesn't count. Lu Fang and the others joined in. After all, Lu Qing represented the Sacred Academy. If she lost, the Sacred Academy would lose. And because Yifei had killed Jin Po Bai, Lu Rufeng, and the others, the Sacred Academy's reputation as the first Sacred Academy had been severely affected. If the news that Goddess Lu Qing had also been defeated by Yifei spread, it would be a devastating blow to the Sacred Academy's reputation. As the emperors of the Sacred Academy, Lu Fang and the others couldn't tolerate such a thing. So you're playing rogue because you can't beat him? Shangluo's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't forget to roll up her sleeves, ready to quarrel. Yifei was also speechless about Lu Fang and the others' quibbles. But before he could say anything, Lu Qing suddenly turned around and scolded coldly. Shut up, all of you. Senior sister Lu Qing? Lu Fang and the others were stunned. I'm not your senior sister, and I'm not a goddess, she said. I'm here to represent myself. I want to challenge the sacred prince of the Sacred Academy. Now I've lost. It's not that I underestimated him, but that I'm not as good as him. Lu Qing's tone was calm. She didn't say anything and lowered the impact of her failure on the divine martial Sacred Academy to the lowest. Yifei also looked at Lu Qing in surprise. He could see that this might be Lu Qing's first defeat. Facing this kind of failure, some people would lose their minds and some would be depressed. But Lu Qing had adjusted her mentality in a very short time and immediately thought of a way to eliminate the negative impact of the Sacred Academy. This girl has a strong will and reacted quickly. In the future, she'll be a strong opponent on my path of martial arts, just like Di Fan. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He knew that those who could become peerless geniuses weren't simple people. Even if this person was simple, the cultivation of the family elders and the influence of the environment were enough to make these peerless geniuses break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help but take a deep look at Lu Qing. Lu Qing also glared at Yi Fei, which was rare. This was the first time she looked at a stranger seriously, and a strange man at that. However, Lu Qing was looking at him very seriously and with a lot of force. That kind of force made Yi Fei's back feel cold. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This woman, don't tell me she hates me. Lu Qing said coldly, Yi Fei, I lost today, but next time, I'll definitely defeat you. You'll be the first stepping stone under my feet when I break through to the martial emperor realm. Her words were very forceful. This kind of forcefulness made Yi Fei speechless. Didn't I just lose to you once? Why do you have to make it so serious? Sure enough, no matter who I fight, I can't fight with a girl. Yi Fei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't say anything, Lu Qing didn't bother to say more. She immediately turned around and walked away. Lu Fang and the others hurriedly followed. Before leaving, Lu Fang glared at Yi Fei with hatred and said ruthlessly, Yi Fei, you despicable and shameless demon. There are countless experts in the 3 Saint Academies. There's bound to be one who can defeat you. Wait, you can't leave yet, Yi Fei suddenly said, scaring Lu Fang so much that his face turned pale. Only then did he remember that Yi Fei was different from the other disciples of the Saint Academies. He was a demon who would kill people if there was a disagreement. The other disciples of the Divine Martial Academy gathered nervously around Lu Qing and looked at Yi Fei with hostility. We're all heaven-ranked disciples of the Divine Martial Academy. Yi Fei, if you dare to touch us, it'll be a declaration of war with the Divine Martial Academy. A declaration of war? You're just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for your goddess. Yi Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense with these disciples. He directly looked at Lu Qing and said, Goddess, did you forget that you have to agree to one of my requests if you lose? Lu Fang and the others' faces suddenly changed. A trace of panic flashed across Lu Qing's calm face, but she still gritted her teeth and said coldly, What is it? Speak. Chapter 1381. Lacking a maidservant before Yi Fei could make up his mind, Xia Jun suddenly came over. He winked at Yi Fei and said, Big brother, what's there to think about? You've just become a saint, and you're lacking a maidservant to serve you. I think this divine lady is pretty good. What? You want our divine maiden to be your maidservant? What a toad wanted to eat swan meat. The Divine Martial Sacred Academy definitely won't agree to this. Yi Fei, if you dare do this, the Divine Martial Sacred Academy and the Lu family won't let you off. Hearing Xia Jun's words, Lu Fang and the other holy sons of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy flew into a rage. Yi Fei was speechless. He had taken a liking to Lu Qing's bronze shield, not this divine maiden. Xia Jun actually wanted him to take Lu Qing as his maidservant. If this news spread, it would cause an uproar among the 4 holy academies. However, the repeated provocations of Lu Fang and the others had caused a trace of anger to rise in Yi Fei's heart. He immediately said coldly, Lu Qing, if you indulge these dogs one more time, I'll make you my maid. You. Lu Qing was so angry that her body trembled. She suddenly regretted that she had proposed such a condition during the battle with Yi Fei. Back then, she had been filled with the belief that she was invincible. She had never thought that she would lose. But now, there was only regret and sadness in her heart. However, This matter concerned her own fate. No matter how good Lu Qing's temper was, she was still somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Feng and the others. She hurriedly said coldly, "All of you shut up. This is between me and him. Anyone who interferes will be my enemy." Lu Feng and the others hurriedly shut their mouths. After all, Lu Qing was a peerless genius. She wasn't someone that holy sons like them could offend. Lu Qing heaved a sigh of relief, but her eyes were filled with hostility. She looked at Yi Fei and said, "Now that you're satisfied, tell me your specific request." "All right, I'll take your." Yi Fei was just about to say that he wanted Lu Qing's bronze shield when a cough came from behind him. Cough, cough. "Holy son, this old man thinks that your suggestion just now is not bad. You just happen to lack a maid by your side. I think you should let Lu Qing become your maid." The one who spoke was the third principal, Shi Yingqing. He even winked at Yi Fei. Of course, Xia Jun was dumbfounded. "I was just joking, but the director actually took it seriously? Scram. Are you joking? You're clearly trying to harm me." Yi Fei was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He didn't even need a maid. The key was Lu Qing's identity. She was the goddess of the divine martial sacred academy, the granddaughter of the Sky Wrath Quasi-Emperor. If Lu Qing became his maid, the Quasi-Emperors of the divine martial sacred academy and the Sky Wrath Quasi-Emperor would probably line up to kill him the next day. "No, this definitely won't do." Yi Fei shook his head. "Third principle, I also feel that it's not right. How about we change the condition? I think that bronze shield on Lu Qing's body is pretty good." Shangluo also interrupted. Yi Fei looked at her in surprise. "How did you know that I wanted that bronze shield? This is called telepathy. Since I help you, how about you sell that shield to this fairy later?" Shangluo stuck out her tongue playfully. Yi Fei was immediately speechless. He understood that Shangluo also saw that the bronze shield was extraordinary. It was obviously a powerful treasure. It wasn't an emperor weapon, but it was even more powerful. Nonsense. This is a rare victory for the Holy Sun. Our true martial sacred courtyard will be proud and elated from now on. I think this matter is settled. From now on, Lu Qing will be your maid." Shi Yingqing looked at Yi Fei with a meaningful look. Hearing these words, Lu Qing was so angry that not only was her body trembling, but even her eyes were emitting traces of lightning. She was like a furious lightning goddess, glaring at him. What flashed in her eyes was no longer hostility, but a faint murderous intent. Lu Qing said coldly, "This is your request? You want me to be your maid?" "Yes, this is our holy son's request. Yi Fei, am I right?" Shi Yingqing's tone was affectionate and meaningful, but his eyes flashed with a strong sense of expectation. Yi Fei certainly knew what Shi Yingqing was looking forward to. After all, Lu Qing was not only the granddaughter of the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor, but also the goddess of the true martial sacred academy. Her halo was too dazzling. It could be said that she was the center of attention. At this time, if he defeated Lu Qing and made Lu Qing from the goddess to his maid, it would be a huge blow to the true martial sacred academy and the Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor. It would also indirectly establish the prestige of the true martial sacred academy. Yi Fei suddenly regretted accepting the position of Holy Son. "But since I have reached this position as the Holy Son, it is not right for me to not do something for the true martial sacred academy. Lu Qing, it seems that I can only wrong you to be my maid." Yi Fei could only cast an apologetic look at Lu Qing. "Aren't you afraid that I will bite back?" Lu Qing's face paled, but what appeared in her eyes was monstrous anger and murderous intent. Yi Fei threw caution to the wind and said, "I'm not afraid." Since he had already offended her, he might as well offend her to the end. At the same time, he could also kill this goddess's spirit. "Okay, I will be your maid. However, the time is at most 10 days. Lu Qing gritted her teeth. 1 month. This is our upper limit. Of course, your Lu family can also ransom people at any time, but you need 50 spirit veins." Shi Yingqing suddenly said coldly. Yi Fei's eyes lit up, thinking that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. He only wanted to get some treasures from Lu Qing, But in the end, Shi Yingqing not only used Lu Qing to ruthlessly attack the true martial sacred academy, but also raised the prestige of the true martial sacred academy. In the end, he took the firewood from under the cauldron and ruthlessly took advantage of the Lu family. 50 spirit veins would definitely cause the Lu family's vitality to be greatly damaged. Such a plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone was simply killing at every step. As expected, those who can become quasi-emperors are not easy to deal with. Yi Fei shook his head helplessly. He understood that this matter had already reduced him and Lu Qing to bargaining chips in the game of quasi-emperors. Lu Qing quickly realized this point, and her face turned even paler. Before she could respond, Lu Feng and the others had already realized the ruthlessness of Shi Yingqing's actions and jumped up in anger. The true martial sacred academy is shameless. This is a battle between us juniors. If a quasi-emperor interferes, it's an all-out declaration of war against the true martial sacred academy. Not only the true martial sacred academy, but the Lu family, the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly strategy academy will also join forces and declare war against you. The heavenly sons of the true martial sacred academy were furious. If the goddess became a maid, they would all be skinned by the quasi-emperors of the true martial sacred academy. Lu Feng and the others anxiously shouted to Lu Qing, "Goddess, quickly run. We'll help you cover the rear." Cover the rear? Just you chickens and pottery dogs? Yi Fei shook his head. It seemed that the true martial sacred academy had developed too smoothly these years. The disciples there were too arrogant and too condescending. You want to act shamelessly? Fine. Then capture all of them and have the true martial sacred academy bring spirit veins to ransom people. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.